don't want it to be too dark. Oh, are we live?
Yeah, we're live now.
Okay, sorry.
We're live.
I'll be quiet.
So, you really wanted to do one of these, Kalnar?
Oh, I really wanted to do one. I thought you really wanted to do one. Hold on a minute. Let's make sure there's like a chat and stuff first. That's set up. I want to check out the old YouTube. I subscribed to you, by the way, today.
Oh.
I forgot to subscribe to you. News and opinion stream.
Yeah. Those are usually the off-topic ones. I've done like 8 of them so far. Last one was a month ago. I haven't really done a lot of these, which is kind of a shame, because they're really fun just to talk about random stuff.
Right. I'm looking at myself on the stream, and I gotta say, I got way too close to the camera there. Maybe I should see if I can move this away.
That's up to you.
I can probably back up a little bit. I'll move my chair back.
Hey, Wash.
Hey, buddy, what's up?
Hey, at all? Hey, at all?
Yeah.
You're all set.
Hey, dog.
You know.
What you been up to?
There we go. This is a bit better.
No, what?
What you been up to, Adol?
Nothing.
Nothing?
That's fair.
You can talk about the HN stuff. I kind of touched on barely last time on the last stream.
Yeah, it's just been like recently there's been raiding. There's been raiders apparently. Don't know what they are. Some people suspecting raiders.
Boost your mind.
Raiders
on the goons on HN.
Goons.
Allegedly goons. We don't. Allegedly
know yet.
goons.
Yeah, they've been actually, it's like goons and Tumblrites.
I just heard it from him. I don't know what's going on HN really, because I don't really visit.
Let's just say what happened was Acid Man kind of got paranoid and went to suspected something about the boards, because the boards kept trying to, someone kept posting on the boards the same drama, e-celeb crap, and he got suspected something.
There's been more than that, like board splits and like board splits and
don't trust
the like.
Yeah, and don't trust poll threads.
Yeah, and also SP got shit posted, and the mods were just like too scared to remove it for whatever reason.
Because they
were mostly
arguments. So they try to go after every board, like they try to go after SP. I know that Poll kind of got attacked by that stupid don't trust lefty Poll. I remembered that one. Someone kept posting those things, and of course Acid Man talked to them, and of course he went to Baphomet and he talked to Baphomet about it, and of course they went. All the boards investigated the whole thing, and they found out that these people kept posting these little, threads and everything, and also the anime faces. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh boy, it was really hellish, and I realized I gotta thank Acid Man for that.
I have no idea. I don't visit.
What happened is there's some people that are trying to sabotage the threads to go against each other.
Yeah, that's. Do you know if it's antis or?
And they were creating threads like they were trying to go after people in the threads, like they went after Sargon of Akkad. Someone posted a thread saying that Sargon of Akkad was a cluck, and people were kind of disagreeing with them about that thread.
It sounds like astroturfing to me.
Yeah, and they're trying to astroturf the whole threads in 8chan.
Sorry, what are they accusing Sargon of? Sorry.
Basically, the first time one guy said that Sargon Akkad was a cluck.
A cluck.
Yeah.
Being
A
what?
What?
I guess I'm asking what's a cluck.
Yeah,
Is there a more direct question?
One, sure.
Yeah.
Pretend I know nothing. Pretend I know nothing. Because I don't really know that much. Let me say.
Yeah, I don't know all the terms
Lingo.
used on
8chan
8chan.
terminologies of cluck. It's just some
Is it an idiot or shell or what? What is
something
it?
like that. Okay. Know your memes. A cuck, short for cuckloid, a term referring to a man with a female significant other who engages in sexual activities with another man.
Huh. Well, I can't say I know much about Sargon of Akkad's personal sexual life, but on the
I know
Asian's business,
they.
it's not much of their business what he's up to in his personal life.
Yeah,
As long as
it's
he makes a
something.
good video, as long as
It's kind of an insult that they refer to.
yeah, no, I know. Obviously, it's just like nugget, right? It's nothing to do with the actual thing. It's just a fun thing to say. At least they think it's fun. I don't think it's so fun to call people faggots. It's a little bit. It's not a nice word. It's not a nice word.
I know.
It's gotta be
I
said.
understand. You're not HN. You're not.
I'm not HM
into
material. Frankly, I go into HM just to cry and look at like humanity.
You're a Redditor.
Already, Adol has been offended by the fact that I don't like HM. I'm not even a Redditor. I'm not a huge
He
fan
didn't
of
really
Reddit.
have much to talk about now. He's probably gonna come in later.
Yeah, possibly. No, it's not even like I'm Reddit. I don't like the layout. I don't.
Yeah,
I understand.
I
understand.
I tried using it like once or twice, and I was too scared because I was worried I was going to be called a new fag. I think is the term. The term. Because I don't know how to use 8chan. I don't use 4chan. I don't know how to use any of the chans. I do know how to use Reddit, but I'm not like a Redditor per se. In that I tend to browse some subreddits, but yeah.
Yeah, I only use Reddit for KIA.
Let's see. If I open up Reddit right now, what are the ones that I subscribe to? I read them every so often. I got Attack on Action is my main one. I got Total War for all the latest Total War news. I got Kerbal Space Program. It's a lot of video game stuff I go to Reddit for. Good old Marvel. Good old Coldplay. Coldplay subreddit. Canada, MenComp, Science, World News. So yeah, I go there a bit for like video game stuff, a little bit for the news. Because I mean, I don't know if you go to like 8chan for news. I don't know. Is there like a news board? There's probably a news board. There's got to be a news board. There must be, certainly. Reddit fag detected. Uh-oh, Batman's caught on to me.
Yeah.
Oh, Batman.
Yeah, if people from the chat want in, just go ahead and say so.
No,
Yeah,
Batman can't come in. He's
well,
got to watch the.
Is a regular, and I would like to have him on.
He's always been showing up on
It's not like
streams,
he's. No, hold on a second, because I'm not dissing Batman. I love Batman, but he's got to protect the chat. He's our like watcher in the night, and he protects the chat. If he's in here, who's going to protect the chat? It's not going to be me. I'm not going to be watching the
pretty
chat.
much.
Or if Ultra 80s wants in, I mean, anyone watching can come in. Yeah, we're just having some fun talking about it.
It's like a call-in. We just get people to call in, and they come on, they say hi. It's really
these are more like
experience.
just not talking about Gamergate and stuff. It's just stuff in general.
Yeah, it's a bullshit stream, is what it is. It's really
We want to
Yeah.
talk about games. I mean, I've been watching Daredevil lately. I like that. Like the first 5 episodes. They're more mature than I really thought Marvel would go with that series. I don't
yeah,
know if you
Daredevil.
guys seen
Yeah.
it.
I
Yeah.
haven't watched it yet, but it sounds so good. People are saying it's really good.
Yeah, it's a pretty good show.
Yeah.
I watched it. It was like a special show, and they kind of made it interesting.
I gotta move this. Like my leg is in the way of the light.
Yeah,
So-
and they've mentioned movies. They even name dropped Iron Man and Thor in the series and the incident of Avengers 1. So
The Avengers one.
yeah,
yeah, they talked about the like the
Battle of New York and stuff. Yeah.
the whole New York thing in the first episode.
In the first episode because of the incident.
Yeah, man, I'm definitely up to watch the old Daredevil.
Because I like comic book series. I watched The
mhm.
Flash, Arrow, Gotham. I've taken a little break from. I haven't caught up to the latest episodes. I watched Constantine until the mid-season break, and what else do I watch? I started watching Marvel Agents of Shield, which is a bit slow. I'm like episode 12 or 13. Yeah, I like comic book stuff, at least when it comes to
Yeah.
series.
Hold on,
I love
I'm chilling us out on Twitter right now, so people know that we're streaming. I'm sure you've already.
Yeah,
done
we're
that.
streaming.
I should probably tweet it.
Yeah,
I
I'm
forgot.
tweeting it. Yeah, I've been tweeting it too. There's been a lot of news lately. It's just kind of weird. Let's see what we got on the news.
I'm actually,
Literally, we tweeted within like 1 second of each other.
yeah, I like comic book. Like Smallville. I loved Smallville.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was fun. I don't know what you guys think of it.
Okay.
it's okay. I
Here's my opinion on is Justin. Name dropped already. I'm gone, guys. Here's Kalnar's opinion on. You guys can call me Justin. I really don't care as long as I don't drop my last name. But I'll tell you what. I'm not going to tell you my last name because I'm really
Don't
careful
worry.
with that. I'm really careful with my last name because people knew my last name. They'd know who I am. You know why? It's a very unique last name. It's Smith. It's not actually Smith. But if it was Smith, then you wouldn't be able to find me, so I wouldn't feel like worried about it. That being said, I'll tell you what I think about comic books, and that's great stories, right? Great characters, great art. Cons, though, those are the pros. These are the pros. These are the cons, right? It's fucking expensive to collect them all.
Yeah.
To collect like, every issue. And it's short, like each one is quite short, so you spend like a lot of money on a very short story. So maybe the pros outweigh the cons. I don't know. I'm just counting with my fingers here. But I personally, I wouldn't collect comic books just because of the cost per amount of story. If I read through a comic book in 5 minutes, I don't want to spend like if it was a good big comic book, like a big graphic novel sort of thing, I'd sit down and read that in a couple hours. But the fact that I can go breeze through them in 5 minutes, I'm like, oh, that's it for the week. I spent like $5. I don't see it. Just don't see it.
Yeah. I listened to a podcast to basically them spoiling the comic books because I have to import any comic books. And they have books. If there are books, I can probably buy them for like $30 or so. But comic books is really hard to come by here. So that's why I just listened to a podcast called DCR podcast.
Yeah.
And they basically just have fun and talk about the comic books themselves. It's not a review sort of program. They just talk about the comics themselves, summing them up and stuff like that.
I am raising my hand because I feel I need to mention something, and that's we have a podcast tomorrow. You, me, Angela. So remember the chat. If you want to come check out Angela in the podcast I'm running tomorrow, subscribe to my YouTube channel, which is it's Kaldnar, and there's also Kaldnar. In fact, I'll say hi. I'll go ahead and I'll say hi. Hi, right in the chat. There we go. See, it's me. It's me.
Hey, Craig.
There we go. Like Mario. Now, if you want to subscribe to that, I'm doing a podcast tomorrow with Angela, and you're gonna have it's gonna be a blast. It's gonna be a blast. We also have Cracked, who just joined in.
What an amazing interview.
We're talking about the political situation in North Korea. It's not looking good. I'll tell you that much.
We're talking about comic books. That's what we were talking about. Yeah, I listened to.
Yes, you listen to. Oh, is it my end that's going down, or is everyone having some problems with Angela right now?
No.
Screwing up when people join in.
Sorry. There's just a like a troll standing in front of Anderdol's satellite dish or something.
No, it's Chrome. That's cool.
Oh, it's Micro. It's Micro.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hey, Micro.
Going back to the whole comic, well, it's expensive. I just listened to the podcast, try to catch up with the New 52. I know like a lot of the lore and comic books. I like DC, by the way. Those are the things I listen to and try to catch up. And yeah.
Who do you watch, Andrew?
Huh?
Who do you watch, or what do you listen to? Like, what's the stream?
Oh, I listen to a podcast called DCR Podcast. They basically sum up podcasts or comic books from DC because I have a hard time catching up or buying comic books here. So that's how I keep up with comics.
I have Comic Storian and Comics Explained from Rob and Benny. They're both really, really good. You should try them out, man.
Okay, sure.
I'll link you to them.
Yeah, you can link me. That'll be probably easier.
One of the podcasts, actually pretty much the only podcast to listen to, is CGP Gray's podcast, Hello Internet. I don't know if you guys know who CGP Gray is. But he's a fun guy, and he inspired me to actually do like podcasts and stuff. Because he just does. It's him and another guy, and they both do like they're both like one of them is like a reporter, and one of them is like a teacher, and they talk like science and news and stuff like that. It's just so good. It's just good. You better go check it out. I encourage you to check it out. It's called Hello Internet, and it's just it's like some of it's like tech. A lot of it's just them bullshitting around with like absolutely nothing. But it's cool to see it from people who are like in the field of like science and stuff, because they're both in the science field. Like both pretty prominent in science and other things, like they have YouTube channels and stuff. So it's really interesting to see it from like these people's perspectives. But yeah, that's my podcast shill for you. You should go check it out. CGP Gray, if you're watching, pay me money because yeah, I think I deserve some.
Lovely. Sounds
absolutely
it. Lovely.
It does sound lovely.
Congratulations, you shilled it.
I shilled it. I shilled indeed. I shilled the podcast. What am I even doing? So high right
You're not getting paid.
Not actually high.
About it. You shilled for free, so it's not a big deal.
I'm not drunk. I'm just running out of things to say.
It's fine, man. Don't worry about it.
It's good, man. It's not a big deal.
I listened to.
We should have like some sort of topic to go off of, because I feel like we're having some trouble here staying on topic here.
Oh wait, the live button is on. I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Let me put the spaghetti back in the Tupperware. Hold on.
It's kind of funny too, because I just joined, but I'm gonna have to leave in a second.
Oh,
Oh
Michael.
man.
Yeah,
You're
sorry
just-
about
you're
that, guys.
smart for the
But I do
show.
want to leave just with one thing.
All right.
I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid.
Oh, shit. When
Tell
did we
me,
get?
princess, now when did you last let your heart decide?
When did we get Aladdin in the call? Holy shit!
No,
When did you learn
he
how to do
actually
that?
did that. He
What?
actually did a pretty good job of it.
That was pretty good.
um,
Pretty damn good.
I grew up with a lot of like Disney sing-alongs tapes,
Oh yeah.
and that was like my pastime when I was like, I want to say like 8 to 11.
Yeah.
I have some problems. Just letting you guys know that.
Well, that's okay. It's okay, man.
It gets really weird when I get to Jasmine. I'll tell you what.
All right.
Alright. I gotta show you guys something.
All right. What is it?
And this broke the internet for me. It was ridiculous. It was a tweet by someone we don't like.
Oh. Well,
Ah.
there's not a lot of people I don't like. So who is it?
You'll see.
It's Spider-Man. It's Liana K.
Yeah. And Frank Cho. Just broke the internet.
I
Oh
don't
my
understand.
God.
What's I don't understand what's going on in that picture. It looks
She
like a
just-
Spider-Man thing, but it doesn't look like Spider-Man to me. It looks like Liana and Frank Cho.
Frank Cho, yeah, because it was just so funny. I had to see the post show that thing.
Who says we don't like Liana? I'm a good friend.
A lot of people.
I know. I'm just.
There's some
I'm,
people
I
that
don't
kind of
know
have
her.
an issue with Liana.
I would have to say like, oof, because everyone I know has a problem with Liana, and I don't know her. I don't know enough about her to make that call whether I like her or not because I don't know her.
I understand she's a celebrity in Canada.
Well, considering there's only like 5 people in Canada, I think it's pretty odd that I don't know her, being I'm one of the 5. So I would have to say maybe you're wrong because I've never heard of her.
I never heard of her either.
Well, no, I know her now. Yeah.
Yeah, probably small time, but I don't know.
No, like I know who she is. She does like something with the Young Turks, I think. She did an interview with them at least. I don't fucking know. I could be completely wrong, and I completely just like ruined everything.
Yeah, she did an interview with actually Pac-Man.
David Packman, okay.
David Pac-Man, yes.
Yeah. I do know that some of my friends don't particularly like her, and I've gotten into arguments with her. And so I'm more inclined to agree with the friends that I know, but at the same time, I don't like making assumptions about people until I get to know them. So next time you have Liana on the stream, invite me on, and I'll come chat with her. And
Probably you should, because it would make her feel more or less uncomfortable with us.
Why? Why uncomfortable? I'm very comfortable to be around everyone.
David, Dennis, explain to him what happened in the last stream that you had with her.
Well, she flipped her shit, to say the least.
Okay, in what way?
Well, we tried to do like getting her opinion on stuff, and she just went apeshit when John defended.
Yes, I remember hearing about this.
Yeah,
She got into a fight with John.
defended the alphabet, and that's when she flipped her shit, basically.
Yeah. Well, then maybe I do have a bit of a problem because I would defend Ralph as well because I think, like you have been saying, he's a tart with a blog, and if he says offensive stuff, then you know what, that's his prerogative because it's his blog, it's his, we don't.
Yeah, that's what we're basically. It doesn't mean we agree with him, but he's entitled.
I
Yeah,
agree.
we're not
I don't
really
agree with half
responsible
the
for
stuff.
his actions.
I don't agree with half
That's
the
his
stuff that
own
Ralph says.
fault.
But you know what? I respect him for what he does, which is he reports on a lot of stuff that people are too scared to report on. And he does this in a blog format, so we can't really call him out. Unfortunately, you can't call him out for like journalist integrity. It's just like a blog. But yeah, no, I totally respect Ralph, and I think I would stand up for him if given the chance, I would white knight for Ralph. I think if Ralph was here and he was being attacked by people who didn't like him, I would put up my shield for him. I would white knight for good old Ralph, because he seems like a nice enough guy. I have no idea.
The strange part is most people would rather white knight Chobit Coin than Ralph.
Okay.
Because Chobit Coin is more. Well, she doesn't really get involved much in Gamergate. She pretty much. She very much every time when someone posts something like we should attack Chobit Coin, and they'll be like, nah, we don't want to attack her. She's too nice to us. She's really funny.
Isn't she like 18 or some sort of? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Someone was saying like she was some sort of troll.
Yeah, she is a troll, but she's not a bad troll. She's just.
Okay,
It's kind of funny how people got upset with her over a picture of a gun that she did.
I remember
was
that. Yeah.
And it's just, I seen another picture, for example, of another trans, which I'm not going to mention because I know people would probably be freaking out about her. She had a gun. She had a picture of herself with a gun. She had a freaking shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that people got upset. It's like if I went and showed you a picture of a trans person holding a gun, you wouldn't be talking crap about Chobit Coin.
Yeah, I'm not.
I would
Yeah.
I would probably be like, you wouldn't be talking that crap about her saying that she threatened you, because if I posted a whole bunch of pictures of trans women holding guns and showing off their guns, you would probably be like, what the heck is this? Probably I should do that. Probably I should try to post a trans women with guns, because if
All right. Well, first thing we have to do is we have to get you dressed up. You have to get you look at the part. Then we'll get you a gun, and then we have to get you a Twitter account. That'll be the hardest part.
Trans women with guns. Yeah. Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Because the thing is that it's sort of ridiculous how literally Woo, who we call her, is getting upset over someone taking a picture of herself with a gun.
The chat is saying we should talk about food.
Talk about food?
Specifically, we need to talk about food and Gamergate. We need to either relate Gamergate news back to food or talk about ethics in foodinism or something.
Foodinism. Well, we already tried the gamer fruit thing. The white chocolate night. I think that we should call every SJW that's white. That's been
we do have
white chocolate nights.
That's essentially what I am, being the white person here. I assume
we do have Pizzagate though.
I mean, you guys
still have Pizzagate. Yes, the pineapple with pizza issue.
Oh well, okay. Y'all might hate me for this. My favorite type of pizza is pineapple pizza.
Nothing wrong with that.
You put spam on it, right?
No.
You monster. You monster.
I eat it with pineapple and nothing else.
You need to eat pineapple and spam and barbecue sauce on it.
Ooh, that actually sounds pretty good. I'll tell you my second favorite type of pizza
is trending.
It's regular old cheese pizza with maple syrup on it. You might say I'm crazy. You might say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. No, I do enjoy maple syrup on pizza, and that is a fact. Write it down. Get it out there. Maple syrup pizza is the next big thing. I'm gonna make it happen. Yeah. I should probably just try and stay in the middle of the screen because I keep buggering off to the side here, and I don't want to do that.
Well, here's something that's interesting news here. You heard about the movie called Pixels, right?
No.
Starring
No.
Peter Dinklage.
No.
Starring Peter Dinklage and Alan Sandler, Kevin James, Michael Mohan, Josh Gad, Brian Cox.
Brian Cox.
Yeah.
Huh.
Probably
Almost
likes
Cox.
Cox, but
You know what? You know what? You use Brian Cox is my
I'll show you
homeboy.
the Tumblr.
He's my homeboy.
I'll show you the Tumblr.
You don't diss Brian Cox. He's an awesome guy. He's a biologist, and he's really cool. I follow him on Twitter. He's really nice.
But is it the physicist or the comedian?
Oh shit! There's two of them. That's right.
Yeah.
Fuck, well, now
Yeah.
now I feel stupid. Not that I didn't feel stupid before. I always feel stupid.
Sony's making this movie.
That's just the fact of being stupid is you tend to feel stupid. Yeah, Brian Cox, also a comedian, potentially.
Yeah.
Most known as Brian Cox, the biologist or biophysicist or something like that. I don't know. I this book. It's right back there.
All right, we'll talk about food anyways.
Yeah.
How can we relate
They-
to
they've
food
been-
to Gamergate?
Well, we can.
How can we relate to food to Gamergate?
Well, we can do the next
Japanese
best.
people.
We can do the next best thing is what kind of snacks do you guys like to eat while gaming?
Eating while playing video games is heresy because you can't actually do you game with the controller or with the keyboard and mouse, Angel?
I usually play on console, so.
So you normally play with a controller. All right, how gross do you think that controller is? when you dip your hand back into the chip bag and stuff your face with chips, and then you go back to playing with the controller. How gross do you think that controller is? Do you wash your controller on a daily basis? If not, then I think you should be telling me pretty gross because that's pretty gross.
Yeah,
I gotta say I don't. It's like I don't eat where I work, and my work is playing video games. It's not actually, but if it was, I wouldn't eat that either.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I try to not. I don't quite get the whole thing by eating and gaming on the same time. Watching a movie or something, that's something different. That's where I eat my snacks.
'Cause when you're like typing away, you're typing away like this. It's like a spider or something. I don't know. But when you're typing away and moving with the mouse like that. A mouse and keyboard has more germs on it than a toilet seat. If you're not comfortable eating on a toilet, you shouldn't be comfortable eating on a keyboard and mouse either. Because like it's so full of germs. It's not even funny.
Yeah, it does.
You know, I think this is one of the most divisive subjects gamers can really talk about, because I've just noticed it's always a 50-50 split, the eating or the not eating while gaming.
Yeah.
It's very
Yes.
down the
Peeing
middle.
while not peeing on while gaming.
That's,
Yes, they bring their
that's
bottles in.
special. That's special.
That's more
talent.
like a 10-90 split, I would say. I'm part of the 90% who do pee while game, of course. Most gamers will do that. It's just a fact of life. Fact of gaming.
Mhm.
Yeah, I try to not because you get your hands get so fatty or unclean when you game, and you find out you just have to wash your hands anyways after a while. So I don't really see the point of snacking while eating.
Or playing video games.
Well, most people do.
The danger, though, is if you have access to a blender and can make smoothies. And that's when you start to
Yeah.
go into the future of controller in hand, long, extended, stretchy straw.
Well, there's a difference, like drinking
drinking
soda or beer or whatever, and having...
Or those energy drinks.
or
like
whatever you
drinking-
want to drink while gaming, and actually eat something.
Yeah, like eating some of your bare hands is something I wouldn't do while a game. But drinking like a can of pop or a beer, I don't really drink beer, but if I did, I wouldn't mind drinking it while gaming.
Yeah, same here.
I want to actually the blender thing. It's time to tell a story. It's time for ghost stories with Keldar or Justin.
Does it involve a hand and a blender blade? It's the best kind of story. Yay! I'm excited.
I was going to start off with a story.
It's like spilling a drink all over your keyboard.
Yeah, it was called. I call it my one of the greatest mistakes I ever made. Probably in the top 10 was when I had a high-powered blender, and I just got it for Christmas because I who gets a blender for Christmas? I don't know. I got a blender for Christmas, and I took my blender, I decided to plug it in, and I couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. I was pressing the button, okay. So I thought to myself, oh, what do? I know. I'll reach in and just fiddle around with it and maybe figure out like what happens. And what I didn't know at the time, it was a sensor blender. When something goes in, it starts to blend. So I stuck my hand in and started fiddling around with the old with the blades.
Don't do that.
And I started,
don't do that.
I grabbed the blades. My fingers were like the blades were like in between my fingers and stuff. And I was trying to move them around. And like I was like, okay. It was at that point I realized I was doing something pretty stupid. So I pulled my hand out, read the instructions, read how it was a sensor, and then I was like, well, why wasn't my hand chopped off then? I forgot to plug it in. So, end of the day.
Holy shit.
End of the day, I'm happy I didn't because it was a high-powered blender. It actually would have totally mangled my hand. I wouldn't be sitting here with this beautiful hand right now. I certainly would not if that was plugged in. So there we go. Christmas story for the ages because it would have been Christmas Day where I lost my hand.
All right. I'll show you something that's when you're done.
Right. No, I'm done. I'm finished with the old my old story.
All right. Let's go ahead and screen share. I just saw a tweet or something. It's actually very interesting.
All right.
Let's see if I found it. Here it is. Bacon.
No.
Ew, bacon. No one likes bacon.
You see, this is why I don't associate with Americans. This is why I keep making myself into this
Who the fuck
Scandinavian special snowflake, because I have to distance myself from the stuff. I refuse to be associated. Underdoll, don't say this is a good idea. I know that's what you're thinking, but you can't.
No, it's fucking stupid. Who the fuck wants to eat cinnamon?
I don't know who thought of this, but it was just real. It's just someone said it was a food hack.
So it's a cinnamon. Oh.
Yeah, that's a cinnamon, and they roll the cinnamon into the bacon and they cook it. It's like I don't know who would thought of this idea, anyways.
Food hacks make you fat. Well, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I think I might have told this before, but I live in the land where bacon is aplenty, and where bacon is the best. That's just a fact. But I still hate bacon.
We also have ham.
Bacon is gross. I'm just gonna say that right now. Bacon is gross. I don't like bacon at all.
I understand.
It's not even like the fatty.
You just don't like the.
No, it's not even like the fatty part. It just tastes bad. It just tastes bad. I don't understand why people like it. I don't understand why people like it. I'll never know. And like they make such a big deal about it, like on Reddit. It's like, ooh, when does the narwhal bacon? Ooh, I love bacon. Bacon. And
like going to 9gag.
Someone in the chat said heart attack roll.
Andrew Doll. When I go to 9gag, then I see that too, because I love 9gag. In fact, who needs Reddit when you got 9gag? Who needs 8chan when you got 9gag? Who needs 9gag when you got funny junk? Who needs funny junk when you got meme base?
I've started to post Gamergate memes or pictures.
Memes.
Yeah.
We should do into a meme podcast. We can show off our best memes.
Oh damn.
What's your best meme? Show me your best meme.
not sure.
I'm still recovering from the cinnamon roll bacon. I'm sorry. Still in shock.
I apologize.
Yeah.
The other person in the room had to lean
I
over
apologize.
yeah.
No worries.
I muted the
I
mic
apologize.
just before he leaned
Yeah, I
in
heard
too
someone else
close.
talking. So
Yeah.
I wasn't sure, like, if you just got a really deep voice all of a sudden.
No, I had to hit the mute because like the F-bomb was dropped like a millisecond after I hit the mute button.
No, it wasn't.
Almost.
No.
No, you be
Yeah, I
quiet when my
apologize
mic
for
is on.
showing that thing, but I had to show it. It was just there.
See, that's the sign when something is shocking when people not in the stream but are like in the vicinity of the streamers has to lean over and acknowledge the horror on the screen. Like when people are walking by you and it's like, oh, it's just so and so on the computer, and then they see what's on your screen, they have to just stop dead in their tracks.
Right.
You know, that's a sign that you've gone too far.
Let's see. What is my best meme? Alright, let's do a screen share. I'm gonna get the old. Alright, here's my favorite meme called "The Nice Meme Man is a Meme and Man." Now it's multi-layered because he's a very nice man right there, but he's also a meme, if you will. And not only that, not only is he a nice man, but he is and man. So there you go, meme of the year, right there.
Gotta
I don't
find.
know if you guys have favorite memes, but I'd love to see them. I'd love to see your favorite meme.
God, that's a good one.
It is. It's a pretty tidy meme. I'm not gonna lie. That's like the new. People used to say
about David's plan.
People used to say dank, as in like dank memes, but now it's tidy. You say that's a tidy meme.
Tiny memes.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry that
recovery
you saw that.
Andrew,
Yes,
did you
I'm
turn off
sorry that
my
that
camera?
had to be shown
No,
to
you
the
turn it
public.
off.
Because
You have to
it's
stop
not.
screen sharing.
Oh, with screen share. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to somehow take the memes and the food conversation up a notch. We need to cause that counter to explode. How do we do that?
I usually just post bacon, and Gamergate is great.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'm gonna look.
Bacon and Gamergate is gay, and Mountain Dew.
Yeah, because it's funny. Because Gamergate is great. It's just basically having fun.
Yeah.
It's just post stuff you like in that hashtag. Like I did a post where I think Gamergate is great because the people aren't Puritans
Yeah.
and stuff like that, and I posted a nice ass from a woman.
Oh, the whole.
I can't to get my camera working again. Do you know why this is? I turned on the screen share and then my.
You know, I'll admit there is one but in video games I really appreciate and respect. Just one but
Alright.
there is one but. The Amazon the Amazon barbarian in Dragon's Crown. She worked for that. That is a tool of destruction. The way she flings herself like an axe-wielding missile across the screen, you need major leg muscles and gluteus maximus to throw yourself that hard against the boss monsters and stuff. And I feel like that is a legitimate but. That it makes total sense.
I'm uploading my a good
meme?
meme. I'm gonna find it.
Right, so I'm gonna browse good old vote advice animals, not Reddit because Reddit is dead. I'm gonna vote.
I usually have some good memes in the Skype group where I just set the chat image where I just use memes.
I should try to go See if Satan wants to jump in.
Yeah, get Satan on here.
Would be nice. Yeah, because everyone likes to listen to his double advocacy thing that he does best.
Let's take a look. I'm looking at the old advice animals.
Wow, everyone, amazing atheists.
We should get amazing atheists in here. Yeah.
Yeah, the funny thing about it is that here's the thing. Sarah Butts went after the amazing atheist.
Ooh.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, it's
That
like
is a beautiful sounding thing.
yeah, I'm gonna laugh if Sarah actually loses an argument against him. Yes, he's a douchebag, but he's the kind of douchebag that would make Sarah Butts look creepy.
Yeah, here. No, I have the image uploaded.
Your legal right to be obsessive awful creep doesn't mean you'll be an obsessive awful creep.
I do really respect Amazing Atheist for one thing, and that is his comeback after the banana incident. I've never seen anyone squash rumors about themselves by just hanging out with bananas all over the set while talking about something unrelated and just saying, yeah, I did that, and totally taking the wind out of everyone talking about it. People still try to bring it up to this day, and they just can't get any traction with him because he's like, yeah, I did that with a banana on camera. Yep.
Wait, what?
Would you like to see me do it again?
What exactly did you do?
Oh, the
amazing,
Amazing Atheist, a long time ago, was very, very lonely and very, very hungry for romantic attention, and he filmed himself doing miraculous things with a lower body orifice of his and a banana to impress some girls who were into, I don't know what they were into, like BDSM or something, I don't know what, but he sent it off to
them.
Yeah, but he was trying to impress them. He was trying to look like, he was trying to say like, hey, this is what I can do. Do you want to do stuff with me? And immediately, whoever he sent this video to decided to just turn it around and post it publicly on the internet, just automatically to, shame him. And initially, he was absolutely embarrassed, and he's also known for having like some kind of severe antisocial anxiety disorder or something, so it was bad for him. But then he decided, you know what, I did that with a banana. And people started, when they would bring it up, like they would say, well, why should I listen to you? You did a thing with a banana. Then
so, fuck, who doesn't that in some time in their life? Just get involved with the game.
But the way he owns it, I have to kind of respect him for that. That's the one thing I have to kind of respect him for, is that owning, like, yeah, I did something weird, so what? I wish I had that confidence.
Yeah. I mean, if he feels like he's okay with it, then by all means. People have weirder fetishes, so I'm okay with him being a banana. I don't think there's no derogative term really for someone who has sex with a banana, because I just don't think it's happened that much. I mean, it could have happened more than I know, but never know. It's like one of those underground ones.
What do you guys think of my meme?
All right, I want to see Angela's
funny,
meme.
man.
All right, put up on the screen. You got to talk for the whole time while we read the meme, because it's not going to pop up until you make it pop up.
Yeah, I have it shared. You guys should see it.
No, hold on. Yeah, you have it shared, but the thing is, you're not talking, so it's not popped up.
You have to look at press my image so you can see it.
All right, let's press your image.
Yeah.
I give a fuck, but I already gave it to you last night. I give a fuck, but I already gave it to your mother last night.
I'd give a fuck, but I already gave it to your mother last night.
My name is...
I gave a fuck, but I already gave it to your mother last night.
See, they're all trying their hardest, and it's
last night.
Here's my new favorite meme. Actually, I said the last one was my favorite, but this is my new favorite meme. It's called the Nice Green Meme Man, and he's basically just like the Nice Meme Man, but he's green. And you can see he has like these funny little ears here because he listens to Kanye West.
Kanye
And,
West.
Yeah, and you see they've like changed his ears just because he's so changed by the music. In fact, that's probably what made him green too. Does anyone else? Kanye West is like the worst music ever. Does anyone else? Kanye West? No, me? Maybe.
I don't really care. I never really. He started to do good, but now he's just getting worse and worse. Releasing new albums that are pretty bad.
Yeah. I'm afraid that I don't follow Kanye West enough to make that distinction. So.
That's fine. That's understandable. It's not like I care about Kanye. He's more of a joke than because right now because you probably heard he's trying to release a video game. He's making his own video.
You know who I like, and I'm gonna screw up this name. I like Kira Pamio.
Kira Pamio.
Oh, you mean the Pum Pum Pum? Yeah, I heard that song before.
Well, okay. There are two people I like. I like her and I like Lady Gaga specifically for like one very particular reason, and that is that both of them are absolute performance artists, and they're just very straightforward about that. I get really tired of, I don't know, people who are kind of manufactured or people who are kind of, I don't know what to call it, they're fad sensations or something. They go on and on about being an artist, you know. Oh, well, I'm really into the music, or I'm really into the blah, blah, blah. And, you know, whenever they've interviewed Lady Gaga or Pom Pom Girl, you know, they just say, like, I put on a show. And, I don't know, just somehow that straightforwardiness, I appreciate that. The not trying to wrap something up in deeper meaning when it's just like, wasn't that cool? Yeah, it was pretty cool. I'm in a meat dress.
Yeah, it's like Justin Bieber. Except Justin Bieber's the most hated person now. You probably heard they.
I love Justin Bieber. Don't this.
Yeah. Yeah, but right now he's wanted.
He was going to explain himself and two of his bodyguards, and he didn't show up. It was a rape case, and both of them were the three of them were somehow involved. They wanted to interrogate them and just either check them in or out of the case, and they didn't show up, so now they're wanted.
Yeah, they're wanted.
They can go to jail for 3 months to 6 years, something like that.
For what? Like for the rape or for not showing up?
Yeah, for not showing up.
Okay.
They're obstructing justice and.
Keep in mind, he's famous, so that 6 years is down to like 6 days. It's just how it is, unfortunately.
Yeah. So the question is, I wonder if the social justice warriors consider him a rapist for what he did.
Well, we'll have to, I mean, it's always important to wait and see the facts, because it's never good to jump until jump the shark until you know.
Yeah, but when he bails on because he's too important to show up to that shit.
Yeah. See, my initial reaction is he's just being an idiot and not showing up.
Yeah.
But
Argentina.
Of course, you guys know my favorite band, my favorite musician, but I wanted to show you something that I just realized because I pulled up Spotify, and I want to show you my Spotify playlist. Hold on a second. So let's go for screen share, and I'll go for the old entire screen. And you can probably see it here. All right, take a look at my Spotify. Take a look at my varied list.
Coldplay.
Of Coldplay and Rihanna, of course, and more Coldplay. So there we go. That's
You're more of a Coldplay fan.
Not particularly. No, I just listen to them from time to time. That's really all I do. I'm not big into Coldplay. No.
It's understandable.
Yeah, no, Coldplay sucks. Who likes Coldplay? I hate Coldplay.
It's not
No,
bad.
that's not true. I actually
They're
listen
not
to them
bad.
more
They're
often
not
than I
bad
really should.
music.
Oh, look, it's Zan.
Oh
It's a good thing.
no!
It's a good thing
Zan.
Zan missed my Coldplay there because. Oh,
What happened?
Nothing.
No, he's just stating a fact, really. Nothing happened.
Did Satan get high again?
I thought Satan was like perpetually high.
Yeah,
Satan won't be on tonight, most likely.
that's
and I'm
fine.
just.
Is he under the weather?
No, it's Sunday night.
Oh,
It's,
Yeah.
fair enough. He has to go to church, right? Like any Satan tends to do. He goes to his evening seminars, or not seminars, sermons.
Well, he's recruiting people outside of churches to.
Yeah, for Gamergate, not to become like part of his satanic cult, but just to become part of Gamergate, which is worse than a satanic cult, much worse.
Also known as the feminist church.
Potentially.
Well,
Yeah.
we weren't referring to any Christian churches, just the feminist church.
Well, I think you could be doing both. Who knows? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
We're just talking shit. Nobody's interrupting anyone.
Yeah, but if you feel like Zan kept trying to say something, I kept interrupting him. So sorry, Zan. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't have anything to say at all tonight. I'm just dropping by.
I was actually, I
And
wanted to ask, what's your icon
What?
avatar there? Because I was curious. The one you're using on Google Plus.
What's my what now?
Your avatar? You know, like the snake and the apple and the.
Stay
Sorry.
Google it. It's Stay Google it.
Oh, all right. I'll Google that right now.
What it is.
Seele on German means soul, so.
All I'm getting is maybe some weird like fedora related fetish porn. I'm not sure.
Then you're doing it wrong.
Probably. I could potentially be doing it very wrong. So I do. Right. What's the old chat up to? There's a feminist church. I believe there is. Probably. Creationism Plus. Creationism Plus. I'd subscribe to that.
Feminist church. A feminist church.
I'd subscribe to Creationism Plus.
Well, if you switch out Jesus, God, and there's a few keywords with patriarchy.
Yeah.
And
You switch
stuff
out
like
the
that.
who is
It's
it?
pretty
The
much
Father,
the same.
the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit is replaced by this white queen of Circassian Mariana Wu. It's
Yeah.
just how it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. Eva Geeks. Sealy. Oh, okay. Yeah. See, I heard like Headley. So I wasn't sure.
Oh,
Actually,
Stay. That's
Stay
how
Lay.
you're say it. Stay.
Sealy.
At least that's what I say.
Huh.
But it has many analogies. I'm gonna lurk now because I don't know anything
Lurk
about
into
talking
the
about.
internet.
There's really not much going on right now. There's some people trying to go after Gawker again because they did another hit piece, but there's really no point because they have no advertisers left whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I don't know what
Yeah.
people have to accomplish.
They're
That's
wasting.
what I wish
They're
them.
wasting. They're still blaming us, but we're like, we
Well, I
don't
wish
care.
them luck.
Go ahead and.
Other people are talking about
You know
every
what?
gag order being lifted. I don't really think that's going to mean
Yeah.
much.
No, it hasn't been. I chatted with
It's
him
not
today.
lifted yet, but it will be soon.
Oh, really? Okay.
Something like another month, supposedly. What else was going on?
Well, at least the Chan has stabilized.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
It seems to have stabilized. That's the best word, honestly, to describe it.
Well, more like we doxed all the fucking shills and they left because they got wrecked.
Yeah.
Mm.
Like, it's not as if
that was
do
fun.
things to make that happen. So, fine for now, but people still need to keep an eye on things. And speaking of which,
Batman is saying you own a oil tycoon in the Middle East.
no.
No.
Well, he's
Well, shut down.
Batman. He's Batman. He's right, you know.
Batman has like a computer that can just like finds it out.
People reporting it. Personal info.
Yeah, he's also asking who did you have to kill to get that oil plantation? Oil plantation? I don't know. Do they plant oil? Do they just grow oil?
No.
Oil fields.
I imagine there's like some sort of like
There's
artificial
no
oil
such
trees.
thing as oil plantation.
Yeah, it's like a banana plantation.
No.
From the ground. The oil comes from the ground.
Not from the trees. No?
We have to dig a hole. Actually, we have to drill a hole.
Yeah, you have to drill a hole, plant the oil seed.
No.
It grows into an oil tree, and there you go. That's your oil right there.
Oh, that's why Badass Digest or whoever made those articles about you and John.
Me and John.
Oh, they wrote about Zan and John being like in a secret Skype cabal and Illuminati shit in Gamergate.
Ooh.
Oh, well.
Sounds exciting.
Sounds exciting. Go ahead and link that article,
right,
man.
or...
I would laugh at this one because I know that David Ferraci's.
Wasn't it Badass Digest or something?
Yeah, Badass Digest. David Ferraci.
I don't know. Do they focus on gaming? Because today was the first time I heard about them.
Yeah, they did an interview. Badass Digest, I believe, did an interview with Josh Whedon, and they talked about Gamergate, and basically he doesn't like Gamergate. I know that.
Yeah, but here's the quote, my favorite quote. Let me see if I can pull it up here, because I had it on Twitter. It's, where is it? It should have surprised no one that Joss Whedon stood alongside the people fighting for equality and better representation, as opposed to Gamergate. Of course, being that we are the misogynists and the racists that we are, I see why Joss Whedon chose the other side. It's gotta be said.
Yes, of course. It only makes sense.
It only makes sense. Such a stand-up guy.
Yeah, because they don't realize that we're not. No, we're fighting against dishonesty, not against.
We're fighting against women. You're in the wrong. You're on the wrong Gamergate. Sorry.
I know.
Like you want the sad puppies over there. We're actually trying to get women out of gaming. So cracked. Actually, if you could just get out of here.
That's what they think.
Because we're kicking out. No women. We
haven't even kicked out.
It's only a matter of time.
It's only a matter of time until we figure out you're a woman and you're kicked out. I'm sorry.
I thought that my chest was small enough to pass as man boobs. Guess not.
No.
Go away. Go away.
The thing I don't like about it is.
This is the sound of me leaving.
Okay.
It's the sound of you leaving the industry.
Yes.
I don't really think.
The sound of me starting a Patreon.
Yeah, I used to like Joss Whedon, but too much Milady Fedora is not Hollywood. I think I agree with old Hirokazu. Sorry, I'm gonna butcher your name, so I'm just not gonna say it. Yeah, I like the content he puts out. He puts out good content. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's no denying that Avengers and whatever is good content. Yeah, but I mean, like, I have my heart breaks every time I have to pay money. It really does. Every time I go to the theater, watch a Joss Whedon movie, I hesitate just a little bit as I'm giving them my but then I just give it anyway because gotta love Avengers. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Joss Whedon's a bit of
Kind of funny. I saw that he actually fired a pregnant woman in one of his films, or I think it was a series. He fired, and he's all about the whole women in the industry. It's so sexist. Oh.
And then he fires a woman
Well,
from her
why
job.
did he? Because you can fire a woman for many reasons.
Yeah, but he's all about women have to get special treatment and all that shit, and he fires the pregnant woman.
I'm being completely satirical here, but maybe he fired her because she gave in to the patriarchy and had a heterosexual evening with somebody, and he was just so disgusted by that belly of evidence walking around.
Maybe she wanted. Maybe the baby was a boy. Like I would just boot her off right there.
Yeah, maybe because it's a conspiracy against him.
Get out of here. We don't want any more white straight males on this planet of ours. Okay. It was nice until you guys came along.
Yeah, because she chose to keep the baby. That's fine. She chose to keep the baby, and Josh Whedon was like, "Nope, I'm not having that."
Yeah.
Or maybe it was Satan's
I'll offer you $800.
Maybe it was Satan's baby, and that's why.
You never know.
No, you never know. He keeps making babies all over the darn place.
Hirokazu accused me of being a gaijin, and which is true. I am more white than I am anything else, which is unfortunate. My internalized privilege makes me cry myself to sleep sometimes. So I do apologize for that, for being a baka gaijin. I don't actually know what that is, but I think it's something to do with being white. I remember it being something to do with being white.
You know, a lot of people liked Josh Whedon's movies and TV shows. It's just shame that he just...
Oh, someone's calling it Babygate.
Babygate. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because he fired a baby. He fired the woman who had a baby.
Yeah, he technically fired the baby.
Oh shit! That's true.
The baby.
He fired two people at once. Joss Whedon is like
two people, a baby and a woman.
Yeah.
What does that tell you about him?
It tells you he's a shitlord. That's what it does.
Yeah, he is, and it's like everyone thinks, oh, he's a great guy. Yeah, if you ever met every director in Hollywood, you realize how much of an asshole they directors can be.
There is only one way that could have made some form of sense that I can sort of give him, but I have no idea because I know no details about the story, but it's possible that she wanted to work too late into the whole thing. Like, I've known women who've insisted on working completely through their pregnancy, and a lot of employers get very leery about that, but that's total speculation. By the way, Mr. Canadian, I'm going to give it a shot now. I think it's Hirokazu Yashihara. Is that? Or Yashuhara? Maybe?
Hirokazu
Yashihara.
Yeah.
Yashuhara or Hara.
You break it up every 2 to 3 letters. That's how you do it.
Yeah. Andrew, do you want to bring down the old presentation? Because it's just like very much there is what it is.
We're waiting for the response though, with bated breath. Did I do any better? Let's see. He still hasn't responded. I think he's deeply disappointed in us and giving us the silent treatment.
Who?
He says, just kidding, I'm black. You can be a black Japanese person, if I'm aware. I'm not aware, but if I'm correct.
Well, what's the whole controversy
there are black people in Japan
with a half black chick and half Japanese being in Miss World?
Sorry?
Let me see if I can find her, because I know a pop star.
Miss Universe or Miss World or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah.
there
Yeah,
was
famous
someone
singers.
half black, half Japanese, and I think they banned her because she wasn't traditional enough or something like that.
Wow, that seems
Yeah.
very odd.
Even though she was
Japan
born in Japan.
Japan does have that unique privilege because of its population ratio to be as racist as they would like to be.
Yeah, that's very true. If you've ever been to Japan, it's a very racist place.
Not really. I had a friend who
Not
lived
really. They have a thing for black chicks for some reason.
No, but
Um,
like they really don't like white people there.
Yeah,
They don't.
I had a friend who lived there. Um, it's more of a thing that it's foreign. There are some, as you say, some racists who don't who hate white people. Um, but it's not as prevalent
Aw, shit! It's Satan.
as
We
I
got
think it
Satan
is.
on the stream. How's it going, Satan?
Satan is loading. Please
Normally
wait.
takes a minute.
Oh yeah, he's
Yeah.
got to do his like voice thing. He's got to prepare his voice like it resonates at such a low frequency that it takes time.
He needs like a sacrificing goats loading bar. I don't know, like
Yeah.
goats falling over dead and their blood filling the loading bar slowly.
Let's see if I can. Let me see if I can find that chick.
There we go.
There we go. Sounds good. Satan, I've actually never
How's it
been on
going?
stream with you. It's the first time for me.
Cool.
Watched some of your streams, but I've actually never been on stream with you. It's
He's
too bad.
losing his virginity to you, Satan.
Yeah, that's kind of what's going on right now.
I don't think that's like what's going on right now at all.
I think that's
that
exactly
this is
what's going
different
on.
from that.
I think Satan, just let it happen. That's what's going on. Oh man, yeah, good stream with Zan, Satan, Andrew Doll, JT Vega. All we need is well,
Do we just start
you're
up?
here.
What's
You're
going
here
on?
in
Yeah,
presence.
it just started. It's some kind of bullshit stream, so I thought I would
Yeah.
invade it.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a stream that if you want to hijack the stream for some reason, this is the best place to do that because
Yeah.
we're so directionless that you can just take over and run
Yeah.
the whole thing into the ground if you want.
I ran out of
Mhm.
opinions yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what I wanted to ask you. You on your stream the other day, you said you spent $1,200 on a steak.
Uh-huh.
I want to know
Well,
what
that was the
got you
dinner
to do
for
that.
everybody. We actually went out with 4 people. I was embellishing a little bit.
Ah,
It was
okay.
more like $300 a head.
Ah, because I was reading up about that. The what's it called again? Starts with like an M or
Wagyu steak.
yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
crazy, dude.
Oh man, I'd have to actually try that at some point.
That's high quality steak right there, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, it's like the opposite of what everybody else thinks steak is, because like you get a filet mignon and there's no fat in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Wagyu steak is the opposite. It's got like fat everywhere, and it's all up inside like bacon almost. And when they cook it, it gets like so dense and so I don't know. It's just so full of food that you can't eat much of it at a time. It's pretty crazy.
It's like cheesecake in that it breaks the laws of physics and there's more food in that space than should be physically possible.
It kind of feels that way, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it like tofu with or something like that?
No, it's just steak. It's like straight
Just
up
steak?
steak. Apparently, what happened? So, like, the guy told us all about it, and we obviously looked like we weren't supposed to be in a fancy restaurant because we're all new money and shit. So we wander into this fancy restaurant, and we're like, "All right, we want some steak," and the guy's like, "All right, well, let me tell you all about this steak, so you don't spend $300 and think that we're like cheating you." So he gave us like the whole spiel, and he talked about like how there were these like Mongols, and Mongols had these shitty little cows, and the Japanese didn't have any cows. So when they were first bartering for cows with the Mongols were like, they don't know what the fuck a cow is. Let's sell them this little shitty little thing. And then they got these little cows, but they still had like the same amount of fat as a normal cow, even though the cow was smaller. So you get these like little tiny cuts of meat from it and shit, and it's crazy. And you can only get the cows from Japan because they will only release the female cows. They won't release the male cows. It's pretty weird.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why they have unique sort of physiology is they're closer to oxen, to wild oxen, than they are to domestic cows. So that's part of the reason why like they're special and different.
That is a fact that I did not know, and I'm very glad you brought that up.
Also, and the question is, how good was it?
Pretty damn good. I wouldn't want to like eat it every month, but like maybe once a year might be nice. But even that is a little too expensive. Yeah. And I can't do that stuff like all the time. Like I'm gonna have to like stay inside for a while and recharge my batteries.
But we say it's worth the money.
I think it was worth it. I think everybody should do it once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Go out to a fancy fucking restaurant and just eat a 2-hour dinner.
There is a restaurant nearby that sells $3,000 ice cream.
That's probably a little too expensive.
No, but what it is the caramel which they put on the ice cream actually has gold flakes in it. So.
Do you really want to poo gold? That's the question.
Yeah,
do you really want to poo gold?
No, it goes into like.
They put gold in my dessert.
Yeah, they just.
There was like a little flake of gold on top of the tiramisu.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't eat it. I just kind of put it over with the flowers. I didn't eat the flowers either.
Satan actually poops gold. We can confirm this now.
That's not true. I didn't eat it.
Oh. You can eat it.
I don't see why you would. You could just like take your fork and move it aside. So why would you eat it?
I don't know. Because... So you can say that you ate gold? I mean, why not?
I'm sure it takes more energy to process that than it does to move your finger a little bit and just like scoop it off.
It takes more energy to process that than it probably takes you to walk around for 3 years. So I don't know. Probably, I don't know how long it's going to take for the gold to get out of your system. Or like I thought gold would just get absorbed in your bloodstream.
It passes pretty much straight through. That's why a lot of food has like a weird sort of gold gimmick to it because it is technically edible if it's pure gold. And now you know the sad truth about me feeling special for 5 minutes in a bathroom stall somewhere by myself. I felt rich in a way.
For shitting gold? I mean, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah. Was it like flaky poop or just...
It's just...
Suddenly, yeah.
It's going to be like hidden in the middle. You're not going to like pick through it to find it.
No.
Oh my god.
This has become very odd.
I mean, unless you drink like a shit ton of Goldschlager and it like winds up like corn.
Oh. Okay,
so I ran out of weed and I can't get any more because the cops towed my car.
Oh, that sucks, man.
And I wish I was making this shit up, but apparently my registration's been expired forever. And I was going down to the store to get some worms to feed my lizard. And this sounds like a fucking lie. It's crazy, but this is God's honest truth. So I was going down to the store to buy some worms for my lizard, and a cop was behind me, and he saw that my registration had been unpaid for like ever, and he towed my car. So now I have to go to the fucking DMV, and then...
The guy who sells you worms got your car pulled?
No, I just got a Petco.
Oh, okay.
This is the police.
Yeah,
I was driving to Petco, and the police fucking pulled me over and towed my car like 2 hours ago.
Okay.
That sucks, man.
I was confused by
sucks.
the way you worded that, yeah.
I'm sorry to derail, though. I have to ask, is it, we don't have to get into specifics, but, like, is it a big lizard or a small lizard?
He's a big lizard.
Very good, then.
Well, Satan's not complete without lizards.
Yeah.
Not at all. No, I don't think so. I mean, it's like on the 6th level of hell, I think it's like the lizard level. I mean, it's like, I don't know. There's a different animal on every level. I think there's like a sugar glider level as well, but I could be wrong.
Well, having lived with a... Oh, sorry.
Sure, go ahead. No, that's all right.
I was just saying, having lived with a bearded dragon, I can only imagine the bigger the lizard, the better at that point.
Well, that's what kind of lizard I have. I like him a lot. He's great. He's like a sleepy
bearded
cat.
Dragons are awesome. I was debating getting one. I probably will get one eventually. But I just have been going
kind
through
of a pain in the ass. I keep him out all the time like a normal pet. I don't put him in a cage or anything.
Yeah. Really?
You have to give him a bath every day or else he'll shit in the corner.
Huh.
And then they don't eat for like a long time. And once he got sick because he stayed under his light for too long and he burned the top of his head.
Ooh.
That was
Poor guy.
shitty too.
Oh, that sucks.
So now I have to like put him in the sun in the morning and I don't know, I love him, but he's a big pain in the ass.
Man, I can't think of a pet that I would love more than a good old bearded dragon. They seem like they're the affectionate lizard, aren't they?
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah. It's like a puppy dog, but just scaly.
I lived with a bearded dragon for a while where she basically thought she was a dragon, meaning she was the most egotistical, tiny animal I had ever seen in my life. She was very petite, but she was incredibly egotistical, and I wanted to glue wings on her so badly. I know that's
I've got
wrong
a little
to say.
harness for him. It's got these like studs. And we can give him a walk outside. It's like a leash. And it's like a leather strap for his chest with like metal studs. And it's cool as hell.
I don't doubt that like at all. I'm imagining the idea of actual Satan just like walking down the street with
But we don't like walk down the street because I don't want him to get hurt. So we'll go like out back or something and sit in the grass and he'll wander around.
Somebody says you need to lead by example and stop shitting in the corner, Satan.
I'm not shitting in any corners. Where did that come from?
That's.
I don't know. I don't know why anyone would imply that. I mean, that seems just like a rude thing to imply. Frankly, chat, I'm disappointed in you. We thought we had a better agreement than that.
At least we deflected the conversation from me, so that's good.
We did, and frankly, we don't need to go back to the deprecation of like obscure elements. We don't really need to get back to that topic. So yeah.
So somebody from some anti-Gamergate guy was telling me that it's none of my business that Nathan Grayson bought an abortion for Zoe Quinn. Do you think that that's nobody's business? Is that a personal matter? I mean, assuming it happened.
That's a real gray area.
Because we know that she definitely received $800 from him. And he admitted that he gave her the $800
because she was making
he said
a
it was
job.
for a personal matter.
She's making a job out of going to the media and telling gamers how they need to live their lives. And the media was making a job out of building a narrative as to why video games need to be censored and otherwise gotten rid of. And this whole other big ball of shit that's been going on for years and years and years. So, yeah, actually, this personal information, which normally would not be my business or anyone else's business on the internet, actually kind of fucking is our business because you're trying to fuck up our hobby. I mean, this is what these people don't realize, is that they don't get criticized and attacked and shit for no reason. They get criticized and attacked because they're terrible fucking people. But it's not enough that they can't be terrible fucking people in their own little corner of the world. They have to be terrible fucking people and shove it in everyone's face like a big steaming pile of horse shit. That's why.
Yeah.
Fucking asshole. I seriously hope Zoe Quinn takes a tumble off a cliff. No, like, seriously, fuck that woman. I'm so sick of hearing about her. I wish she would just stop. Like, this is the other thing. There was a post made once that was really funny, and it was a screen capped post, and it was about somebody replying to an SJW on cyberbullying and saying, "Oh shit, nigga, why is cyberbullying real? Just turn the fucking computer off. Holy shit, lol." That's exactly how I feel, though. Like, Zoe Quinn, seriously, if you're sick of being criticized, turn off the fucking computer and go about your fucking life. But no, they can't do that. They have to continue to put it in front of everybody, and then when they get attacked, they don't understand why that is.
So wait, did people find out about her having this procedure by her, like, tweeting about it or something?
So we actually found out because somebody with a checkered history seemed to have gotten hacked access to some of Grayson's records and released them to William Usher, who runs the One Angry Gamer blog.
I have a biology question. I thought Zoe Quinn was trans.
No,
No,
she's
that's
not.
Brianna.
That's awesome.
She's real female.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the funniest thing that I've heard all week.
Girl, she's not trans. That's Brianna Wu.
Because I thought she was trans. How did she get an abortion? God, that's the most confusing thing.
Now, if you're a
2015 was a hell of a
hermaphrodite, you
year.
could do that.
Yeah.
Not confusing at all. Nathan Grayson made her pregnant and then paid her $800 to get an abortion.
Huh.
So if it wasn't for
he's
Gamergate,
supposed to
she
be
would have
reviewing
cucked.
her fucking game.
If it
Well,
wasn't for
he went
Gamergate,
for
would she have cucked Aaron?
Potentially? We don't know.
I think maybe. I think Aaron almost got cucked with Nathan Grayson's illegitimate bastard.
This just proves that the gaming
This shit
media,
is like the Game of Thrones.
we don't
It's
know.
Gaming of
It's
Thrones.
not. It proves that the gaming media doesn't need to exist. Like, really, this is a joke. This is like a bad joke at this point. Like,
Yeah, it's a
fucking
bad theater.
people do not deserve to make money on this. Like, they have, at this point, nothing to do with video games. They're off doing all this other crazy shit with the money they make from it. They don't care. They don't play video games. They don't give a shit. Like, why were, you know, this is what I keep asking is, like, why were companies ever paying these people in the first place? It's stupid. Whole thing was stupid. It was stupid for years, and most of the developers in the software community and in the gaming community recognized that it was stupid, told people that it was stupid, and nobody wanted to fucking listen. Nobody at management levels of these companies wanted to listen. This is so typical. But people knew for years that it was fucking stupid. I know several developers at EA who said this shit was stupid 5 years ago before it even happened, saying that, oh my god, the gaming industry is so filled with bullshit now. It's, you know, people knew for years. This is just stupid. It's stupid that these people were making money and that anybody trusted them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, like, if they want to make money for, like, making their games, like, if someone's going to give them money, like, whatever. But the thing is, they're going about it in ways that are so, like, illegitimate that it goes beyond, with, like, I think, because if they really want to make shitty games and make money off of it, I mean, more power to them, but going about it in this way where they're, you know, sleeping around for favors and stuff like that, and, you know, basically everything that gamer gets against, I mean, that's completely different. If they were just shitty indie devs, I wouldn't care at all if they're making money off of their games.
I personally, it's just surprising because the fact that she at first started out putting her game on Steam and everybody was like asking her about her game. Some people didn't want to vote on her game because it was kind of a flash game. People felt it just didn't really impress them enough, and of course, you know, a lot of people voted no because they didn't really think this game deserved to be on Steam. And of course, after what happened next when she got threatened by so-called people that she claimed that attacked her, she suddenly got her game on Steam out of sympathy because people felt sorry for what happened.
Is your game actually on Steam? I thought it was denied.
Yeah. Depression Quest actually was the game.
Oh yeah, Depression Quest was, but not Revolution 60.
That was Brianna Wu.
Gotcha.
Well, Brianna Wu, to my understanding, a lot of people were like, this game looks kind of terrible. I'm going to vote no. Yeah, because they looked at the graphics going like, the graphics don't look like PlayStation 1.
I just wonder where the lighting engine was.
Yeah.
Did they have a lighting engine? I wasn't aware of that.
That's what distracted me most, honestly, with the art style of Revolution 60. I know that's such like a weird detail to fixate on, but their faces and their bodies and all the models are so smooth that I kind of somehow expected more dramatic lighting effects to contrast it. But
the
because
funny thing
there
is
weren't,
that you don't even have to really do anything to get that to work. You just kind of set the normals on your polygons when you're making your models and shit, and then like OpenGL or whatever you're using just does it for you. You like say where the sun is or whatever, and then you're basically done. Like, it's that simple. You can Google this shit and get, like, little how-tos on how to do lighting. And, like, you can really do this yourself with a little compiler or something in, like, a couple of hours.
You probably could. And I don't doubt that they only spend a couple of hours doing this, so...
Well, I mean, they must have spent like a couple of years or something on it because it's got a lot of content, and it obviously looks like a lot of work was put into it. It just looks like shit.
Revolution 60?
Yeah.
I thought it was like a short game, like a really short game.
Well, how short? I mean, so have you ever made a video game before? Like a real 3D proper deal?
I would like to say I have, but I can't. I've done voice work for video games, but I've never actually made one.
Well, if you actually like make your engine from scratch and you're working with OpenGL directly or DirectX directly, and you're not using all libraries and shit, I could see something like that taking, you know, I wouldn't be able to do that overnight in just C with nothing else. And I bet that's what they tried to do. So it's not like they just threw it together in a few hours. They spent some time on it. They just did it wrong.
Yeah, well, would you believe that they did this with the Unreal Engine?
Well, I've never really used the Unreal Engine, so I couldn't tell you.
That's fine. That's understandable. Yeah, because according to her, she said she did it in the Unreal Engine 3, I believe.
She was pretty adamant about it being a modern engine. Definitely.
Yeah. Because a lot of people were like wondering about it.
How many of you guys are actually like done? Oh, sorry. Can I? Who's trying to go?
Say a
thing.
Say it. What are you saying?
I can't. I can't. Stop stressing me out. All right.
Dicks.
All right. Yeah. How many people have like in the either in this or in the chat? You know, if you want to join in the chat.
Unreal K.
Have worked on God damn it, JD. How many?
I've done a little bit of game development. I've been working on a game for actually about the last 15 years.
Really?
I've been running a MUD for the longest time.
Oh, wow, really?
I've done a little bit of graphic stuff, too. I'm in the tech industry personally, so it's not that unusual.
Huh. That's pretty cool. I've actually, I've never gotten into MUD before. I mean, obviously they were big at some point, but...
Is it still on Telnet?
Yeah. You just basically use a client or something and telnet in. Although we've got our own little web client, which is cool.
Huh.
I went to Telnet.
It's funny how these things progress over time. You change from like one, like we used to be way back in the day on like a BSD jail with like 32 megabytes of RAM. We used to have to do all these crazy fucking tricks in the code to save as much memory as possible so that we wouldn't have to pay for a stronger, home instance on another server. And then over time, we get to the point where you can just buy a fucking VPS for $10 a month. That'll have hundreds of times the capacity as what you used to have.
Yeah.
So these days we've got like SQL databases with data stored in them, and we've got forums that link inside the game, and your account is the same on the forum, and it's really weird to see how these things work these days in like 2015. These 1980s MUDs.
Wow.
Now, I found out about Telnet and MUDs through a friend whose parents were monitoring his email account, and so he realized that Telnet existed, and we were like in middle school, so he set up his email through there. And I saw him accessing it one day, and I just said, "What is that tiny little screen with the green text?" And then I realized the old internet is still alive, kind of.
The only game I've ever done work for was actually a not Yog Ventures, but a Yogscast game that they were making, and they did some sort of like forum thing to get some people in on it, and I was picked as one of the voice actors, and like Yog Ventures, it didn't ever get out of production, so we'll never actually see it. So there we go. Unfortunately.
Well, that's a shame, but that's really where most startup projects go.
Yeah. That was before they got this whole, Yogscast equals. I don't want to say equals bad, because they do some. There's still some good members in it, but they've done some seriously shady stuff. I don't know. I wouldn't feel comfortable associating them with them anymore. I don't think, or working with them because they've done some shady business.
Zan has a fan
The
in
Yogs
chat.
cast?
Somebody's
Yeah, the
calling
Yogscast.
for more Zan.
Where's Zan? It's Fang.
Fangsification is a Zan fan.
Well, I'll tell you what. We can just turn this into the Zan stream. Oh, Zan.
Yeah, I think Hangouts is having a few problems. You notice how you guys start talking at the exact same time? It usually only happens when Hangouts is fucking up, and a couple of the guys in chat say it's lagging too.
No, not that.
It's been doing that lately.
I'm just lagging a little bit today because I'm exceeding my bandwidth. I need to upgrade my allotted bandwidth.
You need to get a fucking gift registry on Amazon so I can get you a better microphone.
Being behind 7 proxy tends to suck up a lot of shit.
Send me your Amazon account on IRC later.
If I have to make one, I don't even have one.
You know,
You don't have Amazon Prime?
I don't have Amazon anything. I don't have a lot of things.
I have Amazon, but I'm not going to tell anybody.
I don't need a lot of things.
JT, I was gonna buy you like a car, but I guess
No.
if you really don't want one,
I would buy a car, but I'm not.
I'd buy Satan a car because it looks like he's down one currently.
I'll have it back by Wednesday. The thing that sucks is that I have this meeting tomorrow that I have to go to smack in the middle of the day, so I can't go to the DMV. So that means I just gotta stay for an extra day at the impound, which is gonna be expensive.
Damn.
Yes, I have to take online defensive driving tonight. Maybe I will start doing that while we're on the stream, and you can sit here.
Oh yeah,
and
you mentioned that.
Yeah, that'll be nice. You guys can all sit here and watch
fuck,
me
and I
live
still haven't done my
stream
damn
defensive driving
taxes.
course.
This is
A
bullshit.
live stream of a defensive driving course. Would that be fun? Nah.
Oh, sorry. What driving course? Defensive driving?
Zan got a speeding ticket.
Oh.
Yeah.
I actually I just hadn't heard of that before. Defensive
The
driving.
fucking police is always trying to keep the white man down.
They are.
Always trying to keep everybody down, man.
The popo. They don't know.
It's the matriarchy.
Pretty much.
It's the matriarchy. Oy vey, don't use that word. By the way, it's funny how that word kind of died. Everything's got to be the patriarchy, but people forget about the prohibition matriarchy that caused alcohol to get banned. If you use that word, you're automatically a misogynist.
at least back then people used to throw themselves in front of race horses for the cause they believed in.
No,
Yeah,
she was just stupid. She was trying to bring the horse down, and she killed
Oh.
herself.
Oh, see,
Yeah,
I
she
thought it
got-
was a self-sacrifice.
Got in the way of the horse. It's not the
Yeah,
horse's
they
fault.
treated it like it was a self-sacrifice, but that was all a bunch of bullshit.
Oh, talk about being programmed in school. Ugh,
Believe
that's
it or
an
not, the
interesting one.
suffragettes were actually the same kind of people as the feminists we have right now.
In a lot of ways, yeah.
The problem with suffrage at the time was that women had a lot of baked-in protections in the law. And they did not remove those baked-in protections in the law before they gave them voting power. There was a lot of compensation that was built into the legal system around the fact that a woman was not supposed to be held accountable for her own actions. And they left all that shit in when they gave them the right to vote. And it brings us to where we are today.
Yep.
I wish I knew I wasn't accountable for what I do. I would have done things a lot differently over the last
Go marry
like,
a
10
dude and
years.
then divorce him in 6 months. You will not have to work for the rest of your life. And you think I'm kidding, but I'm not. Do it in Massachusetts. You get a little bit more there.
Jeez, if only I was like a morally corrupt jerk, my life would be so much different than it is now.
Yep.
I hate being a nice person. It's just awful. It's so awful.
It's too
Only
nice.
9/11 hadn't happened.
You get friend zoned all the time for being too nice. That's the problem. So everyone just friend zones you. You can never get married, can't get divorced. friend zone too often. Happens. It happens. Can't be that nice.
I got a stupid question for the stream and for the chat in general. And you guys can yell any obscenities at me about it, and I don't care. That's your opinion, and that's cool. I was kind of thinking today about setting up an Amazon wishlist. Is that too evil? Because I had to buy over $100 worth of reference material for the tabletop RPG I'm building, and it really hurt. And I kind of wished I had some kind of a magical Santa Claus list where things would tools that I need would just show up. Is that too evil?
Man,
Let me get into an ethical discussion about whether or not it's right for women who are below their means to solicit presents from thirsty niggas. Now, is that ethically correct or is it not? For that matter, if I scam somebody who's an idiot, is it my fault or his fault? Like, who's in the wrong? It's the same kind of ethical discussion.
I don't know.
Now, personally, I think that it is wrong, but Michael Space Jam does not think that it's wrong. We've been meaning to have an argument about that on stream one of these days.
I would say, like, wait right now. I don't think so.
I think.
What do you think of the question, Zan?
You won't be able to talk to him when he's on NyQuil, that's for sure.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I chickened out of that. I just ran away.
Right. And to address your question or your statement or your whatever it was, yeah, I would totally say it's your prerogative because I think that like if someone's gonna give you something, I think that's a maybe.
I respect people who get on their own more than I respect those who are given things.
But the thing is, if someone wants to give you something, I care. I mean, like, I don't want to say because you do make a good point that like between the scamming thing, like, and I see that as different, but I don't know why I see that as different between scamming and just having an Amazon wish list. But like, if people just want to give you stuff, I mean, I would just say fuck it, let them give you stuff. But obviously, like don't try and maybe because I feel like it's scamming. It might be
the e-begging issue.
Yeah, don't e-beg is what
it's an uncanny valley between e-begging and I don't know what else. Just it's a weird.
It's a moral line.
I don't know
it's a very fuzzy place.
Well, what I would say is e-bagging is like I would like to. I don't have a tablet, and I would love for my fans to buy it.
Here's a good example that's Gamergate related. When Mundane Matt was talking about selling shirts or something, roughly around the same time, he had also made a video where he said that he was in his car recording and he didn't have a good microphone. Now, it's my opinion that he didn't actually do this, but if he had asked for his fans and like made a wish list or something for a microphone for him to make recordings for his fans with, that is for me on the ethical side of e-begging. However, if he made an Amazon wish list for, I don't know, for a new computer because he wanted to play some new video games and he just wanted to know if his fans would give him a new computer because they like him, that's on the other side of the line for me. And I think those are the two things that I can think of that are most close to the center.
Because what I was thinking of is Amazing Atheist did this recently. I don't know if he's actually got a new PC, but on his channel he said like my PC is getting old, and if people want to buy me a new one, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a little shady.
Yeah.
Well, he has a little bit of a shady history with funding stuff in general, so definitely that causes people to second guess things that he tries to do.
Yeah. And bananas.
I mean, if you have a Patreon and people are already giving you money, and you're making money off YouTube as well, I don't think you should ask people to do that yet.
I don't know where I stand on the whole eBay thing because I think if you want, I don't know.
Well,
I really don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You said you're going to make an RPG, right? You're going to make a game.
Yeah, well, like what happened today was that I'm working with basically I guess what you'd call him is like a co-writer, editor-in-chief, and we just sort of hit this brick wall where like we need a bunch of the supplement material for the series, and we were trying to avoid it as long as possible, but today we just hit the brick wall where it's like we cannot mechanically move forward on this without reference.
Funding.
So I dropped a bunch of money that I had saved up to go to a family event, but then that family event was canceled. So I had the funds at the time, but it just, I don't know, it hit me in that moment. Like, I know it's wrong to make a wish list of a bunch of like personal bits and pieces, but this is the first time I've ever made a major purchase where it's directly related to like something work related ish.
Okay.
That's what sort of got me thinking about that.
So, you're making a game, and you're trying to ask for help with this game. What type of game is it?
I don't know, like if it's ask for help, like that's a big sort of issue to it. Is that like on the one hand, I'm thinking if you set up a wish list and you don't push it, you don't shill it, you just like have the links somewhere directly attached to you in an official capacity, is that e-begging still? Or I don't know, because like on the one hand, I don't want to make people feel like I'm trying to pressure them into anything, but on the other hand, I kind of wonder if you put something out there, if maybe somebody, I don't know. It's weird. It's just I thought I'd bring it up here because we're all about ethics, and you guys know the
concern
truth.
about it. Probably yes and no. It depends on what you're trying to use it for. If you're saying that it's used for, if you're going to use this Amazon thing for can you buy me this and this material for this, for the game that I'm making? Amazon, I wouldn't recommend you doing. But if you're going to try to make a game, most people would go with the crowdfunding idea, but I don't know if that would be a good idea either, because
Well, the problem I'm afraid with crowdfunding is that I don't know what the timeline on this is going to be. This thing has been delayed a lot, so like I'm afraid of goals.
How much did you spend on this game?
Well, okay, today I spent $120 on 6 reference materials to the core rulebook setting of Savage Worlds, and at this point, I pretty much don't have any other books that I would need in that series theoretically until, like, what happens with everything when you say, like, I got everything I need, and you walk out of the hardware store, and then, like, a half hour later, you have to go back to the hardware store kind of thing. Probably, maybe. I'm not sure. I might be totally done, but I don't know.
Well, you could probably wait a while, even though it may take you a long time to figure out what to do. You probably need to make a plan on what you need and what you don't need, and possibly work your way around it and figure out what you could use and what you can't use. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And the chat says that I should add new boobs to the list as well.
You know what I would do? If I was you, I would just say, hey boys, can I have some money? And then they would say, here you go. And then ethical problem resolved. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but that's what I would do.
Alright, one last stupid question. If somebody was trying to shill for new boobs, do do you set it up so that there's a separate fund for each boob, or is it a joint package deal?
I think
Joint
breast implant surgery should be illegal.
I guess a package.
I'm a tits man. I'm a breast man. I like my tits, and I hate
Natural?
it when the tits are not natural. I like them in all shapes and sizes. I like the big ones, the floppy ones, the teeny tiny ones, the perky ones, the inverted ones. I like them all. I don't think that people should fuck up what God gave them.
He said inverted.
If you don't have any tits, that's fine too. I'll just skip by those, and we go down south. That's where it all ends up anyway. It's like those people that think it's disgusting to mix your peas and your potatoes. It's all going to the same place anyway. Why do you care?
Yeah, because I seem to remember a woman begged for boobs and she got like a lot of money for that one.
Zombies. Fuck. Too many zombies. Okay.
Zombies.
Wait, do I want to reset my teleport? I don't want to reset my teleport.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up?
Norwegian man. Man from Norway.
Everybody's from Norway.
I'm actually, I'm part Norwegian. It's out there. It's probably my most defining trait. I don't have many defining traits. So there's that.
Well, the guy running the stream, Andreadal, he is German Norwegian, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, well, he's more like German though, because he's German, but he moved to Norway, right? So.
Well, I'm a half and half.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, to be quite, if we're going to discuss ethnicities, my background is essentially Hispanic and Norwegian. So I'm half Hispanic, half Norwegian.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. That's a really strange combination.
It's a horrible one. It's it's twice the arrogance.
It's a horrible one.
Actually, that's one of my little cousins, and he is adorable. He is absolutely adorable.
You hear that, Norwegian guy? She thinks you're adorable.
Oh, thank you.
Maybe you get a pity.
Precisely what I need on a Monday morning. I'm heading to work for 2 hours. I needed that. Thanks.
Give nudes. I need that.
Nudes
Yeah. Norwegian guy.
Research.
Cup, go ahead and explain to him what you're trying to do.
Oh, okay. I was just, I'm throwing out a very vague, poorly constructed theoretical quandary about, I was thinking, what are your feelings on setting up, like, a Amazon wish list as a person on the internet? Like, setting up a wish list and linking it somewhere on what you do on the internet. What is your opinion on that, Norwegian guy?
It's e-begging.
Okay.
That's probably. I mean, what else could it be? I mean, unless you. I mean, a lot of people do it. I mean, if you have like a wish list on Amazon before Christmas and you know people, or it's like for your friends to see, that would be okay. But when you like place stuff like that costs maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars in there, it's basically like, please buy this shit for me. So it basically seems like it's like e-begging to me. That is my personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But you can turn the argument. But to be fair, you could turn the argument around, because you have wish lists on Steam as well, but I think that when it comes to games, because most games do not cost over $60, and a lot of people are sitting on free game codes, and so if somebody is just want to be a nice person, or they want to trade you a game or something like that, you can do that on Steam. So that's the wish list function on Steam. I think it's meant to see people. Okay, your friend, he really wants this game. And if you have a code for that game, you can actually ask him, hey, you want this, or we can trade or whatever. But when it comes to Amazon, it's essentially just e-begging. That's my opinion anyways.
No, I was just asking around because I mean the quandary I've been sort of feeling about this ever since the whole Gamergate thing has happened is like on the one hand I've always been like I'm never going to ask for anything. I'm never going to suggest or mutter anything about getting anything out of anything. But then at the same time what's really frustrating is that you see the people want good content. You know, a whole variety of content in general, but they want content, and there are a lot of, I guess, what you could call sort of misled folks who sort of fall for a lot of these, fake fundraisers or Patreon situations that never really produce anything, and it's
I
sort of
only I just wanted to say that I have only donated to when I mean I've donated to charities, not online, but I donated to like Save the Kids charities and that kind of thing, when they show up with when they knock on your door, hey, you want to donate, that kind of thing. I've done that, but the only internet fundraiser for something that I ever have given money to just to be a good sport about it, not expecting anything in return, just giving away money for charity. There was this thing on the internet a few weeks ago in April. There was this kid and this young boy in England. He suffered from a disease that essentially was he did not have any immune system when he was born. And I checked it out, and it was legit. This kid really existed, and this kid really needed help. So I basically, I gave him 20 British pounds. That's around, I don't know, $25, maybe $30. That's what I had. I'm not a rich guy, but I basically said, you know what, I'm gonna give him this money. I didn't fit. I could afford it, so I said, I'm gonna give him this money. That is the only thing that I actually donated to, not expecting anything in return on the internet.
it's just I don't know. I was just asking around because as somebody who supports the whole Gamergate movement, like on one hand, it feels wrong on every level to explore that idea, but then on the other level, on another side, it's kind of tempting to think about that or to ponder it. If you're somebody who seriously means to actually give back for what's being put in, and I don't know. I'm not going to do it anytime soon. I was thinking, just asking opinions, just thinking.
Yeah.
I think
it's easy to be ethical when you don't have any temptations. It's a little bit more difficult to be ethical when there are temptations.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
disclose.
You probably need to disclose what you really are using this for. Like anything that you think of, like you want this item because, well, it would help me do some of my work or something like that. That's understandable.
Yeah. I mean, I basically invested everything that we think is going to be necessary from here on out. So I don't think there's going to be a serious, deep reason to need to set one of these up. But it just got me thinking. Oh, here's another good question. And anyone can change the topic once you come up with a better topic. That's the rule. You can always change the topic on me. But so comparing like a wish list to Patreon to GoFundMe kind of operations, what do you guys think are like the least ethical variants of those to the what feels more legit or solid?
The least ethical is a direct like PayPal donation button, and because that doesn't like require any sort of with like Patreon, so there's sort of an implied you will get stuff out of this, or Kickstarter you will get stuff out of this, but I like a direct PayPal one. I can't think of any sort of.
Speaking on the whole fundraiser issue, I raised this on another stream. We were talking about no, it was not a stream with Andrea at all. It was another stream that I did with somebody else at one point. We were talking about Star Citizen and how much money they have gotten from crowdfunding, and somebody said if this game is never released and they don't deliver on Star Citizen, oh my God, you will see a lot of pissed off people. I mean, they have received tons and tons of money to develop this game. And if they can't deliver a product, I mean, they're still developing it now, and they have said that it will be out next year. Um, but if this game moves on and they keep delaying and not releasing anything, then the guys who do the Star Citizen project is going to have a massive backlash, and I think that will ruin crowdfunding for a lot of people. You're already starting to see it on different Kickstarter sites. A lot of people are posting ideas, but very, very few are getting funded. So I think the Kickstarter bubble is about to burst, and it became so exploited, like everybody said it would be when the whole Kickstarter thing started, and you take a look at a company take a look at Tim Schafer and how he basically wasted all that money he got. Nobody's gonna tell me that all the money that he received was to develop the whole Broken Age game. No fucking way did all that money...
Well, in a way it was. He paid it to all his software engineers.
Yeah.
So he took the money and it got divided amongst all of them.
And then he fired half of them.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't fire them. The team disbanded.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't know about that.
What do you mean?
About disbanded is not the word I would choose to use.
Well, how about retired? Does that sound like a good one?
Yeah, that sounds like a good word, sure.
Kickstarter. Don't donate your money to Kickstarter.
Donate to my Patreon instead, actually, if you're just losing. If you just
I don't even have a Patreon, and I don't need one either, because I'm a man, and I can take care of myself.
Exactly. I don't actually do anything, so
I'm sick of women telling me that people who can take care of themselves are shit.
Yeah, like I don't know. I'm very iffy. I think I respect people a lot more if they don't rely on like e-begging and stuff. At the end of the day, it's not like the worst thing to do. Like, maybe it is a bad thing to do. I'm still very unsure how I feel about it. So.
I mean, there are people on Kickstarter.
9/11 was caused by Patreon.
That's true. That is true. Patreon did in fact melt steel beams, so
I want that as a bumper sticker.
Can't melt steel beams.
Yeah.
I have another topic though.
Yeah, I'm maybe better to get off this whole ethics thing.
Please.
Yeah. I was talking to a friend of mine about the recent announcement that Hillary Clinton is running for president, and man, I was flooded with articles about her wanting to ban video games and all that kind of stuff. And I looked it up, and I found, she has proposed a lot of weird bills. We're talking Jack Thompson territory here. She wanted to ban explicit video games. I mean, outright ban them. So
on that, I only saw her trying to implement some sort of a rating thing.
No.
No, she wants an outright ban now. Apparently, the platform's changed.
Now?
This was back in. Back in
2007, what you wanted to do was ban the sale of explicit games to minors.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah,
but she also 2 years earlier, back in 2005, her and Senator Joe Lieberman and a lot of other senators, I can't remember all their names, but they wanted to propose a bill that essentially made explicit video games illegal. They wanted to turn the video game rating system into Australia's rating system, which is essentially they refuse to have video games that are rated R.
Well, yeah,
that's the censor system. That is. Well, let's believe
just grab the floor, Chad. Just take it over.
Huh?
Speak up.
Oh, I was going to say. That is what we want to avoid because of course GTA 5 getting banned in Australia and many other games before it being banned in Australia. Australia is really a shit place right now. Australia and the UK because of how many things are banned. In fact, an Anon the other day took some pictures from the streets of London of the police propaganda posters that are now posted all over the London subways and stuff, and it is right out of Orwell. It's like pictures of eyes in this literal like eyes in the sky and stuff, and it says,
Yeah.
"Remember, Big Brother's always watching" and shit.
I seen
like
them.
not
I
even
seen
as a
them.
joke, and
I
then it
seen
has
them. I
London
actually,
Police Department shit at the bottom.
I just wanted to, Bajin. I mean, when you talk about the United Kingdom and the UK in general, I mean, I've been there more than a few times, and the idea is that the UK is simply becoming a nanny state. It is. I mean, you have all these strange laws and regulations that happens, and it's really weird. I mean, it's PC territory, and Australia is just the same, and you know.
But it's becoming a control state, is what it is. It's a. I mean, nanny state is the kind.
Have you ever
term.
been to London?
I have, and I've seen how it's changed over the years.
You
and
can't
the changes scare me.
You can't pick your nose in London without a CCTV camera picking it up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And then we're heading, we're now heading towards people wanting to do this in this country, and that's why the consternation. So yeah, I mean, I oppose any attempt to censor video games outright, but especially trying to use the argument, oh, we need a London model, or we need a British model, or we need this, or we need that. No.
Big shout out to the anonymous guys in England who take old car tires and put them around the speed cameras and light them on fire. I really like you guys. Keep doing God's work.
Keep doing that, yeah. That's really good, actually. I like that. Oh, but Zan, you're an anarchist. Well, I don't care what I am. There's anarchy to resist.
Yeah, when I was last time I was in London, I was actually stopped by the Metropolitan Police. I mean, that's the London police, because I was smoking a cigarette and I threw my cigarette on the street, and this cop literally came running up to me and said, "You need to throw that in the trash right now, in the bin," he said. I was like, okay, relax.
Why would you?
They'll arrest you. They'll beat and arrest you for that kind of stuff, and then they don't care. I mean, it sounds like
you your cigarette butts in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
I didn't care. It was fun. I just wanted to get in.
Because you don't care what the street looks like? It gives you license to throw your shit everywhere?
This was
I'm serious.
South London.
You think it's okay?
This was South London. Nobody gives a fuck.
Well, obviously somebody did, and he lives there and you don't.
Trust me, this cop was not a South Londoner, because they have two very distinct dialects. He was not from South London, he was from North London. So he did.
Great. Those are my favorites.
Besides, if you see in the neighborhood, you would have understood. I mean, I didn't throw it right into the middle of the street like that, but I just flicked it, and he just went nuts. And I said, "Oh, fine, I'll pick it up," and nothing more happened. So
I think he was just doing his job, really. I mean, well, maybe not like his job isn't to tell people to pick up cigarette butts, but I mean, like if you see someone, I mean, yeah.
It would have been really funny.
About cigarettes, but
it would have been really funny.
That'd be like if I was working at the local Blockbuster Video and somebody came up to me and asked me, "Hey, buddy, where's the Sixth Sense?" And I would tell him like where it is, and then he would go get it, and then we'd be done. Like the average everyday job. If a police officer sees you fucking littering in the middle of the street, what do you think he's going to give you a lollipop?
No, but I didn't expect that kind of reaction. I mean, I felt the reaction was way disproportionate, towards the crime. If I actually shot somebody on the street...
If I was that cop, I would have beat the shit out of you. In the middle of my street, throwing his shit everywhere? My God.
Well,
I thought
you didn't let me
if this
finish.
was the United States, the cop would have shot you 5 times in the back and put a taser on your corpse.
Yeah, that's
said,
true.
"Oh, you stole my taser."
That is what we do.
Norwegians were supposed to be like conscious about like the environment and stuff like that. You completely changed my view.
Oh yeah, the environment, sure, yeah. Let me tell you something.
Well, it's true. You litter. You litter somewhere. I mean,
the biggest polluters. Okay, first of all, every day in London, they have the street sweepers going by, These are people who are paid to do this. They clean the streets every day. They don't have people picking up shit. They have this big machines that clean the streets, right? So they run down there every single day. These guys get paid for their job. So I'm not. I don't give two shits, honestly, because the street will be clean a couple of hours later, anyways. If they do that in South London, I don't know. But
where do you think it goes, though?
I mean,
like
trash.
It's not to go to the dump, but no, but it's sort of swept down into the sewers, into the water, out into the ocean, stuff like that. Like.
Yeah, because
sorry, this is like Enviro Bear coming out here.
Yeah, but come on. You know, people talk about the smaller countries need to protect the environment, while the biggest countries in the world are the biggest polluters. Yes, I threw my cigarette butt.
It's just disrespectful for you to drop your shit in the middle of the street in front of the police.
I'm gonna let this happen.
What are you doing? You think that's like normal? Like everybody just runs around doing that? What the hell?
Yeah, that's what we do now, Satan. Don't you know?
Really?
Oh, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't do that shit.
I don't do it, but that's
what you bitch if I saw somebody do that in front
for Christ's sake,
we're calling you out. We're calling you out, Norwegian guy. I'm sorry.
Can I please finish what I was about to say? I wanted to say that, first of all, I was walking through the streets of London. It was fucking pouring, raining, as it always does in London. I wanted to get inside. That is why I threw my cigarette butt up, because I was about to head indoors. So, and it's illegal to smoke.
It's your cigarette butt. You deal with it.
Yeah, I threw it. That's what I did.
It's responsibility. You can't just fucking throw it.
So instead, decided to start
I had a fucking used condom and I just threw it. I mean, I wanted to go inside. Fuck this condom. Fuck.
Well, what if you throw it in the trash, Satan, and it starts a fire?
What is? You said it was raining. How hard can it be to put a cigarette butt out?
The trash cans are covered. Oh, well, you could just hold it in the rain and then throw it in the trash can.
No, I'm going to make sure the cigarette is lit, then throw it in the trash, and then we'll talk about polluting the environment.
Throw some gasoline in there with it.
The whole fucking neighborhood on fire.
No, but I'm not seeing why you need to throw your shit in the middle of the street is all. It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean,
yeah, but I bet, you know...
Well, I mean, I just usually walk in the street and then I squat and then just shit everywhere. And I take the shit and just wipe it on the street and make like a...
You know they kind of do that in San Francisco? The BART escalators are always down because the homeless actually defecate in the escalator.
Well, yeah, they do that in San
Francisco. Rid of it and shit, and they like to watch it go like smush up against the bottom.
Oh my god!
Yeah, they do that. That's what they do in San Francisco. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, they get really serious.
It's the thing to do.
They get like really serious about throwing your trash out, like Singapore, where they will arrest you for doing that.
They actually will cane you. Singapore.
I think you can get arrested in China for spitting on the street. Actually, I think you can get arrested for that in China.
Yeah, spitting out, that's like not maybe. Well, I don't know. It's disrespectful, but it's not like, you know.
No, it's because of disease. That's the reason why they. And
that is
so many Chinese
actually understandable. That is actually quite understandable. So because
of all the shit that went somewhere on some sort of business trip, and I don't remember exactly where it was, but I think it was like somewhere in Asia. It might have been Malaysia, but he said that it was really uncouth in that country to jaywalk, and like nobody ever jaywalked, and like if you jaywalked in front of a cop, you would really get a ticket for real. I don't remember where that was, but that was kind of interesting to think about.
That's probably Singapore, because Singapore is like they're super into these like you would look at it and you'd say, oh, they really obsessed over these little laws, but really they just want to they don't give a shit. They will give you a ticket.
Speaking of Singapore, you could actually get the death penalty in Singapore for bringing in weed into the country.
Yeah, that's true. Drugs or a caning. The Singapore laws are really strict. But where I was going with the London thing, I don't really mind the cigarette thing so much. But there are a lot of other things like the closed circuit cameras that are everywhere. The fact that if your child is too noisy and you are walking down the street and your child cries or something, they can arrest your child and put your child in a juvenile detention center for 5 years in London. Or even if you are inside your home and your child's too noisy and your neighbor complains, same thing. These are the kinds of laws that now exist in the UK, which is ostensibly supposed to be a free country, but where's the freedom? I don't see it. There is none. They have no Bill of Rights. This is what I always tell people, is even in countries that have a constitution, which, by the way, the United Kingdom doesn't have one, if you don't have a Bill of Rights that guarantees the rights of the citizen, then these kinds of things can happen. So when we talk about wanting to model the similarities in legality of, say, Britain or Australia or something, whenever you hear an American politician say that, you have to consider what that actually means. You can't just be, oh, well, I mean, Britain's a pretty nice country and they're sophisticated, or say the same thing of Australia. To say that is to be ignorant. In fact, these places are often backwards in terms of what standards you would consider to be normal. And it's funny because people will sit there and say exactly that. Then the laws will get passed, and 5 years down the line, people will sit there and wonder, oh my God, how are they able to do this to us? I don't understand. Well, it's
Yeah,
because you
but
didn't
the
see yourself
whole
beforehand.
the whole thing here is essentially that, I mean, I recently watched a video from Australia where people said, has political correctness gone too far? And there was this interesting video where they actually spoke to a lot of women as well as men,
Oh no,
and the whole
not
idea
the
basically,
women.
yeah, they spoke both to women and men, and a lot of women actually, there was a woman who actually, and several women who actually agreed that it has gone too far, because
And why do they
let's say,
keep voting for populists?
yeah,
I
but
mean, like,
can I just finish what I was going to say, please?
yeah, you
I
can.
was, yeah, I just wanted to make the point. The whole video was
I think you
about.
should fight each other.
No, I just can't finish. He keeps interrupting, so I can't finish. What I wanted to share, what
I
was
think
the
you should
topic,
beef
what the
with him.
video.
I'll put $5 on the Andrew doll.
Damn it.
I think Angelos is going to have on top no matter what.
Never mind. You know what? Never mind.
Sorry, no. Man,
You have
just
to understand
I was
something.
just fucking with you guys. You should finish.
Yeah,
Keep going.
No,
he
no,
does that.
never mind. I mean,
dude,
Why don't
it's,
take
it's
your ball and go home? Come on, finish the story.
all right, the video was essentially about like guys did not want to take jobs as swimming teachers because guys who are swimming teachers would have to, would have to ask a parent, you can't touch a child, you can't show
It'd
a
be a
child how
risk
to do
for it.
things.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, because they were like being accused of being pedophiles just because they were male, and a lot of male students refused to study to become a swimming instructor or become a teacher because they were afraid of that stigma. So and that has become a problem that even Australian politicians are starting to realize, that a lot of men refuse to work in those areas now because they're afraid of being accused of being this or that because they had to show a child how to do this. Or so it's crazy how things have developed on that front. That was my whole point of the video, that guys have to, a man cannot sit next to a child on a plane because he might be a pedophile, so they have him switch places with a woman, that kind of thing.
which is just absurd because I mean, there's just as many pedophiles who are like women as there are men.
Yeah, and they did a study on this
Yeah, but
in
it's not wrong
Australia.
when a woman does it.
No, I mean they did a study on this in Australia where they essentially figured out that in most cases where pedophilia occurs, the offender knows the child, knows the actual child that is being abused. A stranger that just walks up is really, really rare, and on an airplane is probably not where it would happen. So they think it's a ridiculous law, and it's highly unlikely and rarely happens.
I would feel kind of weird about like a kid sitting next to a stranger on a plane. I mean, at a certain age, maybe not, but like in general, because I mean, if you've ever been on a plane before, it's kind of like you don't always get to.
I mean, I know, you have these kids who basically, we fly kids who fly by themselves, they're taken care of by the airline. Let's say a kid who has parents who are divorced, he's been with his dad and he's going back to his mom, right? That kind of thing. My parents were divorced and I flew alone with airplanes since I was 6 years old.
Oh, yeah, it depends on a certain age, I guess. But 6 years old, wow. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have gone on a plane at 6 years old.
I had a hot blonde flight attendant following me along. I wish that would continue, but apparently after I turned 13, that didn't happen anymore for some reason.
I gotta say, I used to, when I was a teenager, I did some volunteer work at like daycare, and they would say, like, oh, glad you're doing this while you're a teenager. When you grow up, you're not gonna be able to do this. And it's like, oh, why is that? They're gonna think you're a pedophile. And it's like, I'm sorry. Like there's certain jobs that they don't. Well, I mean, there's certain jobs where they just don't want adult men. And I mean that seems pretty wrong. And I mean, I agree that it's wrong. At the end of the day, I don't know what we can really do about it, but. It does kind of suck.
It's basically what they have done when even women in Australia are saying that this is discrimination towards men. Even women in Australia, even feminist groups have said they feel this is discrimination towards men. And these are real feminists. These are not the radical ones that we are used to dealing with. These are people who actually care about equality. And they say that men being treated like this is just as bad. You are basically discriminating towards them, and we don't want that either. We want equality. We want everybody who could work with whatever the hell they want to work with without being discriminated. But you of course have the right. You have the radical feminists as well who really want to push this agenda, and it's interesting to see how far and crazy these laws are getting. I mean, if you type Sweden and feminism in YouTube, you will find a lot of crazy shit.
It's not really surprising. The thing about laws is it's very easy to pass a law. It's very hard once a law is passed to revert that law. So the problem here is often the justification for these ridiculous things is, oh, well, we must protect this group of people or that group or whatever. But what people don't realize is that, the part of the way that these things are passed is in the back of their minds. A voting base will think to themselves, well, I mean, worst case scenario, if this thing is too overbearing, then we can always make noise about it and we'll get rid of it. But that's not the case anymore. The way human legal systems have changed in the last 60 years, 50 years or so, it is not easy to get rid of things anymore, as easy as it may have been in the past. So the whole point is that if you think something is going to be compromising, you shouldn't allow it to happen in the first place. But people are slowly waking up to this, I hope.
One example on that, Zan, when you say that laws are being passed that really does not, that I think a lot of these laws end up being pretty counterproductive and doesn't really help anybody. And one example of such a law is a law that is actually passed not only in Sweden, but it's also passed in Norway, my country, and that is the current prostitution law we have in this country. And here's the crazy thing: they imposed a prostitution law to protect women and victims of trafficking, right? The idea that they came up with was essentially, oh no, it's legal for a woman to sell sex, but it's illegal for a man to buy sex or a woman to buy sex. You cannot buy sex. You cannot buy sex. Yeah. So it's still what. Yeah, you want to know the crazy part of this? Instead,
that law was obviously just passed by like a gang member.
Yeah, I mean, what happened? Yeah, I mean, what happened here in this country was that prostitution went completely underground, and the police say they don't have exactly the figures on how bad it is now, because now they're suspecting that there is a lot more underground prostitution, so the law has been completely counterproductive.
Really not surprising at all. These things usually do not. Anytime you hear somebody passing a law, or you hear of somebody passing a law that takes the social rights of one group away or another group away in the name of protecting X or Y group, the chances are that that's not going to end well. It never does.
No, and a woman here. And a woman here, there was a woman here in Norway. She's a Norwegian escort, right? And she basically said that she had a lot of. She said selling sex was my choice. That's what she said. And I'm not in a horrible situation. I am not being trafficked. I make my own decisions, and I want to sell sex because that's what I want to do. But the problem is you just criminalized everybody, every single one of my clients, and they are now terrified. If they make an appointment with me, they're going to face fines up to maybe $2,000 fines, or maybe prison for 3 months. So you know, and she was pissed off. She actually she has left escorting now because she actually decided to fight against the law. And she has gotten a lot of women on her side on this issue, because a lot of women say, I want to decide what I want to do with my body. If I want to sell sex, I want to sell sex. Nobody's gonna. And what you have done is
what I can, what I can and can't. Right?
Yeah, and you want to know what the feminist response to this was? They basically said, "But nobody's restricting your right to sell sex." No, but you just criminalized every single one of our customers. That's like saying we are allowed to sell guns, but it's illegal for anybody to buy them. You know, not a.
Which is what they're trying to do. Yeah, ironically, which is what they're trying to do, which they've done in many European countries. They have done exactly that. That's how it is possible for you to have gun manufacturers like Steyr AUG or Sten MK and others who are based in Europe, but the citizenry can't own guns, so they are forced to export 100% of their products or sell only to military contracts in order to keep the doors open.
You can't get most of their guns in here anyway. Nothing made in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, you know, so the issue then is, you know, that's the same thing they've done already with the guns in Europe, and they're now trying to do the same thing in the United States. They're trying to say now that private citizens can't own certain kinds of guns, and then you have President Obama coming out and saying he wants to first wanted to ban 5.56 NATO ammunition, then 223, then he wanted to ban 22 long rifle. So now he's like, well, I can't ban the guns, so I'm just going to ban all the ammunition for the guns. Of course, he wanted to do this by executive order, of course, you know, because we can't try passing it through Congress. No, we just have to create a presidential decree.
Crucified for that.
Well, that's exactly what happened. Somebody in the White House told him.
But is he going to
by every gun manufacturer? So
is he going to care about that right now? Is he going to care about his approval rating right now? I mean, the guy doesn't have that long left to be president, anyways.
He doesn't leaving. Care. So. He's doing what he wants now, and But this is the danger. Is it highlights this? And this is an American legal problem primarily because other people's systems are different. But in America, the danger now is that the last 2 decades have seen this thing called executive order used increasingly more by presidents to authorize wars or other large sweeping changes of domestic policy by bypassing Congress because, well, Congress is just too gridlocked, and since they can't make the laws, well, I'll just make the law. But this is the thing, the Constitution says you can't do that. So there haven't been a heck of a lot of curtailments of this power. Like the other 2 branches of government here have fought endlessly with the last 2 or even 3 presidents over presidential orders and blocking them and rescinding them, but nobody has passed any laws trying to remove or curtail this.
Because they know that they're going to get a Republican in for the next 4 years.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, because they think that my side can use this power too, so nobody wants to pass a law restricting it, and the risk is the whole presidential executive order thing exists outside of constitutional bounds in and of itself, because the Constitution says carte blanche, as do many court cases that have come after the fact, that the president shall not make laws. That's a dictatorship. If you have a situation where one man can literally make and retroactively enforce the laws. It is a dictatorship. That's why it's a three-ring government. So this is a complicated problem for Americans, and the risk is like what Satan said. It's the fact that each party wants to take advantage of that same power, so nobody wants to pass laws restricting it. But sooner or later, we're gonna have to get somebody in there who as a president can take the ballsy step of saying, I don't need executive orders to get things done. I'm going to follow the due process, and then while I'm doing it, I'm going to restrict my own power. And I'm kind of hoping to see that sort of person in Rand Paul, but I'm not holding my breath. He has talked about that, but that's not part of his platform per se. That it's an interesting problem because now we have a situation where you have presidents retroactively creating and enforcing laws, essentially through these executive actions, like on immigration and other things. And it's tying up the court system, because what keeps happening is Congress doesn't want to deal with it, so then it gets kicked to the courts, and the courts always strike it down, but it usually takes a couple months to a couple years for that to happen. So it's disconcerting, to say the least.
Yeah, but the whole thing, what is interesting, when I've been reading a few articles after the Hillary announcement. I am convinced that if she wins the nomination for the Democratic Party, you guys will have a Republican president next year.
Because she's so toxic, I guess.
Yeah, nobody likes her. The conservatives in the Democratic Party don't like her. The liberals don't like her. No one likes her. Did you see the cover of the New York?
I did.
The New York. Yeah, it was like,
they don't like her very much. They don't like her very much because she's too scandal-ridden. And at the end of the day, even the craziest liberals do not like somebody who lies to their own constituency. Funny how that works. Only now, after, I don't know, 8 years of a motherfucker lying to his own constituency. But it's only now that they say, oh, no, not again. We're not electing somebody else who's going to lie to her constituency.
I just wish Elizabeth Warren was more popular.
Yeah, but she's not a fan of Elizabeth Warren because she's very pro-gun control. She is, interestingly, Warren is a very complex person politically. She is, pro-gun control and pro-authoritarian on some things, but on other issues, she's extremely pro-civil rights. And I'm not talking necessarily about LGBT. There's other things, like with the banks, for example. Warren has many of the same ideas on banking and wealth, the kind of things that have created the wealth gap and have contributed to wealth gap problems and poverty. She has a lot of the same ideas in the platform for that as Rand Paul does. So Warren is a very interesting person, but simply on the basis of the gun control issue, I would not vote for her, and more importantly, no one else from the moderate camp in America would either. Anytime you have somebody who, the bottom line, you can't take people's guns away. You can't. There's 3 cardinal rules in America that you cannot violate. You cannot curtail people's religious rights. You can't take their guns away, and you can't take their freedom of speech away. You can expand the rights for other individual groups like gays and lesbians and others, I believe, and be quite popular doing that. You can legalize certain drugs, I believe, and still be quite popular doing that. But you can't propose to do those things and then also say as part of your platform, oh, well, I've got to get rid of the guns or do this or do that to satisfy this interest group or that, because that's why they do it. They don't do that because any people want those kinds of extreme measures. It's done because interest groups do, and they're trying to cater to those constituencies to get the interest group campaign funds. So you can't, politicians in this country need to learn that they cannot keep trying to cater to interest groups. That era is over. That era ended with the Bush administration. It should have anyway. It's gone on in another 8 years, longer than it should have. But the era of interest groups is high time and that needs to be over.
Well, if we were comparing, white lady to white lady, what I just sort of find intriguing about Warren is that she's sort of just open and straightforward with whatever her platform is. And I just feel like Clinton is keeping everything very close to her and very, I'm not going to say secretive, but I kind of like how Elizabeth Warren is just this is my platform. You either agree or disagree.
I
And
like
then
how
Clinton,
nobody questions the fact that the Democratic Party is definitely going to run a candidate on the male-female issue, the gender issue.
it grosses me out because it's gonna happen and it's just gonna be gross and it's gonna be icky. And
Yeah, it's going to be icky, that's for sure. I don't know who that candidate will be. I think it's going to be, it looks to be Hillary is going to be that candidate now because she wants to move the ball away from foreign policy so much that she doesn't have much else to run on. So it's like, well, we've now divided everybody into racial and ethnic subgroups. Now we're going to try dividing them on gender-based subgroups.
Do they realize that they've got a civil war on their hands if they keep doing this shit?
But it's not just the Democrats. I mean, it's our entire political class and our ruling class in America that's doing this shit. And there's a lot of reasons why.
I don't mean like North versus South, East versus West. I mean like fucking Ukraine.
No. I know what you mean. Yeah, like Ukraine, yes. They don't realize that. No, they're choosing. Some of them are smart enough to realize it. Most are not. The ones that are smart enough don't care because it's like, well, as long as we can keep the lights on and keep making money for another day. Like, this is what America's become. It's become a beat the clock, kick the can wheel state, basically. And what I mean by a wheel state, it is just keep the wheels of the machine turning for one more day, no matter how broken it is and how badly it needs to be shut down for maintenance. Keep the motor running for one more day. Let's just make work. Let's do whatever we can to just keep the lights on one more day. And that is not how it was originally. That's not how it was through much of the 60s and all the way into the 80s and 90s. That's how it's become since 1998, through the millennia. And it's partly a result of globalism, but it's a very complicated problem that's led to this, but the solutions are not complicated. People just don't want to accept the fact that we need to actually do something about this.
you know, Norwegian guy, I have a question for you about Norway's ongoing prostitution issues, if you don't mind.
I want to talk more about American politics.
And answer my question.
Sure.
Okay. It just sort of popped into my head. Do you have like a lot of human trafficking problems in Norway or not?
The problem is there's no way of knowing because they have pushed the entire thing underground. And the idea was that there was a huge problem in Sweden because when I was living in Sweden, I studied in Sweden for 2 years, and I was working as a freelance journalist for a newspaper there. And I lived in the northern part of Sweden and right not so far from the Finnish border. And there was a story which was about trafficking victims coming in from Russia. They crossed Russia into Finland and then from Finland into Sweden. And the idea was that it was such a huge problem that police did not know how to handle it because it was so organized. And when they actually pulled somebody over and asked these women would say, "No, we're tourists. We are here voluntarily," because they were terrified of saying anything else. And so the question is how many of those how many of those women have been trafficked from Sweden to Norway, because between Norway and Sweden there is no border control because we have a shared we're a part of an economic area kind of thing, so we don't have any real border control between Sweden and Norway. We have like maybe sometimes you will be pulled over by customs, but it's not that often. So
I'm kind of generalizing here, but isn't the terrain such that it's kind of impossible to fence it all off and monitor it?
Yeah,
the border.
It's like if you want to cross into Sweden, you can cross into Sweden. If somebody from Sweden want to cross into Norway, they could easily do that.
I want to I don't think from at least what I know, I don't think there's a trafficking problem, but it makes it harder to supervise how it is now. I'm sure there is some, but I don't think that's the biggest problem. It's basically just is Puritanism by saying the state says what two consenting adults can do and what not behind closed
Yeah,
doors.
but the whole idea here is that the whole idea was that they want. If you take a look at the prostitution in Oslo, I mean, I'm from Oslo, so that is when you walk up and down the street after midnight, and you will see the prostitutes who are there. They are mostly Eastern European or from African countries, and nobody's going to tell me that every single one of those women are there voluntarily, because
No, they're not.
these countries are known for heavy trafficking. So the cops do not care. The only thing the government wanted to do was to criminalize prostitution, so they didn't have to see it as openly. That is the whole reason. It has to do with appearances only. This law does not protect women. It has actually made it harder for police to fight prostitution and help trafficking victims, because now they're being pushed underground, and they're not. And these women who are being trafficked from these different countries are being hidden by guys who by the organizers instead. So
yeah, that I totally agree with.
I was just asking about that because in the US for a while they were suggesting similar laws to the ones you mentioned passed, because in the US right now a big problem we have with helping people in human trafficking is that our anti-prostitution laws, the penalties are so heavy that a lot of the victims of human trafficking are actually more afraid of going to American prisons than being freed from their captors. And so some senators and stuff in the U.S. had suggested similar ideas, with the hope that if you criminalized the men instead of the prostitutes selling the sex, that maybe the prostitutes would then be willing to step forward and tell
correction.
their...
I have a small correction here. The whole idea of criminalizing the clients was not only male specific. If women buy sex from a male prostitute, they would also be charged under the same law. So
Okay.
So this is actually equality at work, people.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like in the U.S., I don't, our countries have different laws. We punish people differently based on different things. But in the U.S., the reason why it was suggested was just that our penalties were so harsh that we thought it might be actually hindering people escaping. So I don't know what the laws are over there, but maybe their intention was that, it was similar in trying to
Listen,
decriminalize so people would help.
Comparing Norwegian law with U.S. law is almost impossible, because I have a friend of mine who was caught with a lot of weed. He had like 8 joints on him. If you were captured with that in the U.S., you could face a stiff prison sentence. You could almost get a lot of years in prison for that. While in Norway, he was given a fine of roughly $500. So
now in California, it is similar to that. You'll get a fine these days. But there are still many places in the U.S. where that's true. You can go to jail for many years for a very small amount.
But the biggest difference between the penalties in the U.S. and I actually wrote about this for a while on a study I did in school, and the whole idea is that prisons in the U.S. they are run for profit. And the incarceration rate in the U.S. is incredibly high in any other Western country in the world. I think anywhere in the world, actually. I think no country in the world has so many of its citizens in lockup as the U.S. has. And our prisons are not run for profit. We want people who are arrested and sentenced to jail. If these people have committed, small-time crimes, they are maybe serving a sentence of 6 months or something. We want to help these people reintegrate into the society. While the U.S. they lock people up and treat them like animals, and they are surprised when they let them go that they act like animals. We're talking about rehabilitation and different ways of punishing people, but I think the whole justice system in the U.S. is positively medieval. That's my opinion.
Well, yeah, I was just trying to, whenever there's a law or something that seems very unfair or it doesn't make sense, I'm not trying to justify it. I'm just trying to, like, sort of in my head unravel the reason why they thought it might have kind of been a good idea, sort of thing. Trying to analyze what they were trying to do.
I can tell you precisely what I can. The whole idea was a lot of the laws that are a lot of these national laws. I mean, it's Oslo. I'm from Oslo again, and the city, the capital, is essentially has been it's known as the heroin city of Europe. There's a lot of crap. People are wandering everywhere. There's drugs, fucking. You see drug addicts in the middle of the street. And
It's becoming like the old industrial cities of Eastern Russia, where it's all crocodile and.
I'm not proud of that. It's my hometown. I'm not really proud of that fact. But what has happened was that the politicians they didn't like that they were prostitutes at the central railway station where where the airport express train rolls in. Where most tourists' first meeting with Oslo is the central station where the airport express train rolls in. So there were prostitutes standing there in broad fucking daylight. So they wanted to criminalize prostitutions to remove them from the public eye. They wanted to hide the problem. That is the reason this law was enacted. It had nothing to do with trafficking victims or protecting women. It was essentially an attempt to hide this from public perception. They wanted the problem. It's like sweep it under the carpet, under the rug, if you will. It was essentially, that is the mentality of our politicians. So I think that is probably the answer to your question on that.
Okay.
It's difficult. I'm trying to make it just to make more sense, but it's kind of hard unless you have lived in Oslo for a while and you are a little well versed in Norwegian politics. Mm-hmm. We have this crazy way of appearances is everything here, and we like to enact a lot of crazy bureaucracy on all kinds of different shit that they claim will improve things, but then it makes it 10 times worse. So that is, we have some of the shittiest bureaucrats in the world. They think they make something more efficient, and then they turn it, then they make it 10 times worse. So it's kind of hard to explain to somebody who is not have to deal with that shit every day.
Well, we all have our own magical form of shit we have to deal with every day.
Yeah, that is true. So, next topic.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just. I don't think anyone minds if I call him Dark. I think I was calling him the wrong name the whole time.
Raziel?
Raziel, yeah. So I'm just getting him on. But I have a fun topic I want to talk about, but just put that on the back burner for now, and talk about Canadian politics a bit. Ooh, now we can get excited.
Ooh, fun.
Ooh, yeah. Very exciting.
Scary skeleton.
Much excitement.
You don't have to, you guys can talk about it. Don't worry about it.
Do the Canadians still have a really cool Air Force?
Yeah, we got a pretty cool Air Force. We got we don't actually have the Avro Arrow anymore, unfortunately, with great sadness. But I know some buddies who are like in the Air Force and stuff, and they say it's quite nice. So. Cool. Yeah. I was actually sorry, I'm bad at multitasking. So while I'm giving you this link here, and there we go, we're good. All right. So. Canadian politics. What you need to know about that is, it was actually a couple different things.
We caught you in your words.
Sorry?
We caught you in your words.
You caught me? What?
Yeah, you forgot the A in about. You said a boot.
Boot.
No, I said boot. You need to say boot.
A boot. What do you think you need to know about Canada? I was actually listening to the because there's this whole hockey thing going on. Like they were
Oh
like the
yeah, are
Canada
you a
hockey thing
Canuck
going on.
fan? Are you a Canuck fan?
Oh, I don't care. I don't give a shit about hockey. Unfortunately, I really don't. Um, uh, but like I was listening to the
You're
radio
not
today
Canadian.
because yeah, I know I'm a fake. I'm a false Canadian. I'm a Canuck, not a Canuck.
He's a COINTELPRO agent.
And
Wait,
they
on air strikes.
everyone calling in because they were calling in about the Senators, which is a hockey team that just got into the playoffs, some sort of big deal, and they were all getting all upset, or not upset, but they were all like screaming, and they all sounded so stereotypically Canadian. Like I talk to Canadians a lot, being that I am from Canada. You would expect that I talk to Canadians quite a bit, but they sounded so Canadian. It was so fun. It was just a joy to listen to. Anyway, I was actually wanting to bring this up because there was some talk about Canada legalizing prostitution, potentially. And that was that's what they were talking about. I think a couple of years ago. I think I might have got pushed to the back burner for a bit, but there definitely was some talk about it, and I would be interested to see how that goes for like a North American country to have legalized prostitution. Because I need to see like maybe some people from the U.S. Taking advantage of that too.
What is that
Not sure
noise
what
in the
they're doing.
background?
I don't know. It's like someone's shredding something, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, it's hailing here.
Oh,
Probably
well.
outside of my window.
Typical Bergen weather. Anyways, yeah, I mean, the only thing I know about Canadian politics is I was following the whole Rob Ford thing.
The glory.
The crack smoking mayor of Toronto, and
The legend.
his lovable brother that is also considering becoming mayor of Toronto.
Yeah.
Who is both of these men seem to be fucking nuts, but yeah. Anyways.
Both of these men seem to be fucking nuts. I love how you said that.
Smoking the crack.
That's the other thing, actually.
They are both nuts, though.
Did any of you ever play Knights of the Old Republic, that MMO?
I dabbled in it a bit, but like only for a few days, and then it just got too boring for me. I went back
Did
to
you
WoW.
hear about like the controversy and shit? Like
No, I didn't.
Hepler and Stanley Wu.
No, I missed it.
Oh, you missed out on Stanley Wu?
I don't know that many. No, I actually don't know Stanley Wu at
That's
all.
unfortunate. Well, then you wouldn't get this.
Oh. Well, that's too bad. I was looking forward to getting a joke.
Yeah, that's a shame.
I could have used a nice laugh, actually.
That's basically all I got going on Twitter right now, except for some porn. People are posting porn like a shit ton of porn tonight.
I was surprised when Gagoth was on last night.
Rapongi has been retweeting porn for like forever.
Mm-hmm.
It's very upsetting on my Twitter feed right now. It's very
upsetting. You said,
upsetting.
like, oh, I post lewd sometimes.
She was tweeting things that are like 200 days old.
It is just my whole
Godzilla.
Hey, Raziel.
Tits, Godzilla. Tits.
Godzilla. Tits.
The other thing was,
fucking look, mate.
Because I have.
What?
Yeah. What?
Zam became Australian.
I'll hook you in the gabber.
Swear on me, mum.
Hey, mate, fuck your mum.
We'll have a proper Royal Rumble, mate. No, I was more Australian than British.
Actually, that sounded more really heavy British than Australian.
The Sandy Hook shooting never happened. They used actors to play the crying parents on television.
Bane was right. Showed you, CIA. What? I didn't say that.
There was God, there's actually like 3 different times where I wanted to bring up Canadian politics, so I have so many things to bring up. So you guys get to sit here and listen to about a completely irrelevant country and its irrelevant politics. So strap in your seatbelts. Strap in your seatbelts, because we're going for a ride that no one is wanting to go on right now.
Boy,
have you guys heard about Bill C-51? This is when Zan was talking about the Bill of Rights, and this made me think about how Canada was thinking about passing a law that would infringe on the Bill of Rights, and you'd think, well, the kids can't do that, but they're doing it. It's kind of nuts.
That sounds like just about every time somebody has a problem with a law.
Yeah, no, but it's like serious infringement on one of the big ones, on the big three.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Well, tell us about the law.
First Amendment.
I want to know now.
I
don't know this all the time too.
Tell us
I
about
don't know. I don't like.
Although usually when they're violating their First Amendment, they're doing it so that they can get more money for the illegal firearms they're smuggling in from Russia.
I mean,
we were talking about that on my last stream. There was a senator that actually did that.
Yeah.
California.
What was his name?
Asian guy.
Leland Yee.
Leland Yee. Yeah.
Convicted of fucking firearms smuggling, and he was the guy that was pushing the gun restrictions.
I'm not well versed in politics, and you can probably tell by the fact that Satan just corrected me on politics of my own country. So I
Did I do that? So high that I've basically forgotten what I was saying. By that time, I'm halfway through the rest of the sentence. I just kind of have to piece it together.
No, you're right. I said they infringed on the rights, and they're right. You're right. They do that all the time, and I made a big deal about that. But the thing is, it's a big deal because a lot of people are making a big deal about it. It's Bill C-51. Have you guys heard about Bill C-51? I don't know, because it's the only relevant law I can think of that anyone outside of Canada would know about.
All right.
So.
Go ahead and explain what the law is.
All right. It's actually 5 different laws built into one bill. All right, but there's three main laws. I have it up here because I'm making a video on it. That's how angry I am. When I'm angry enough to make a video on it, heads will roll. But it's called. The name is called An Act to Enact the Security of Canada and make related inconsequential amendments to other acts is the short form, and long form is will take too long for me to read. And for instance, what it does is it makes illegal to protest against government interests. So anything that's a government interest, which they define as a government interest. So the government gets to decide oh, this is this isn't nice. We don't want people protesting this because this is economically beneficial for us, or maybe they just have some sort of investment in it, and you can't protest against it anymore.
Hey, Colin, it'd be a good story. Do you know about the time the police went on strike in Canada?
What year was this? Because I think it's probably been a couple times.
No, I think it was I got this from some other Canadians. Apparently, the first time the police went on strike, afterwards there had to be a law that said that law enforcement cannot and other emergency services cannot go on strike, because what happened was because there were no cops, the taxi companies were going to a lot of them were destroying private limo companies.
Mm-hmm.
Because how you go into the airport and taxis can't just park wherever. Apparently that's why. And what happened is you had this one scenario where this guy and his son were on the rooftop of their building, of their private limo company, with rifles shooting at people trying to firebomb their place.
Shit, I didn't hear about this.
That happened.
It's a big
thing.
Did
you hear about the bankers who have been committing suicide? This is another fun piece of arcane news most people haven't heard about. But in the last 2 years, there have been an increasing number of high-powered bankers, usually upper-level people in various banking organizations internationally, throwing themselves off the top of buildings or dying under other mysterious circumstances. In nearly every case, local police have attributed the events to suicides. But it's hard to say what's really going on. Or maybe they are suicides. they're killing themselves because they know what's coming, and they want no part of it.
Or assisted suicides, how you can put it.
Yes, Dimitri jumped off that building. Well, what do you mean he jumped? Well, he was assisted. Well, what do you mean he was assisted? Well, he was given a little nudge, but we're sure he wanted to kill himself. Oh, Dimitri. Yes.
Classic Dimitri. Wow.
I wanted to go back to the whole thing with the cops going on strike. Yeah, that actually happened here in Norway.
I had a story, actually, but I want to hear that.
That actually happened here as well. So it was crazy. I mean, you saw cops were marching in the streets of Oslo, protesting that they weren't getting enough paid, I think, or whatever. And it was like they were on strike, man. It was like half the city was practically unprotected. You couldn't see a cop. If you called the emergency services, they would tell you there are no officers ready to respond to your call because they were all on strike. So I was thinking to myself, how couldn't I be in Oslo that day?
That's gotta be weird. I mean, not only weird, dangerous, obviously, but like.
I mean, they had some cops, of course, on government, protecting. If some rich guy from the western part of town, where all the rich people lived, you could bet your ass they would have sent someone. But yeah, if you were an ordinary citizen that day and you got into trouble, yeah, it might have taken a little longer to get some response from the police force. So yeah, there wasn't a lot of. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, people were like, okay, so who is protecting the city? Very few at the moment. I think maybe 100 cops are on duty, tops, maybe. So it was like, I don't know. It was a strange day.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I don't know how I'd feel about it. Like, I mean, because.
Look at this from. I mean, if you trying to make this into an American perspective, imagine the LAPD, the entire police force of LAPD going on strike and refusing to do anything. What would have happened in LA?
It'd be the fucking purge, but not shitty.
Fuck, it would be so bad.
The acting would be way more realistic.
It would be hilarious, is what it would be.
The whole city is on fucking fire.
I mean, like, if you're a cop and you want to protest, though, I mean, what do you do? Because, I mean, if there's a group of cops who are interested in protesting.
Well, look on the bright side. It cut back on squatting.
It's true, and Randy Harper will be very happy about that.
But they wouldn't.
The marauders, throwing Molotovs everywhere might be a problem. But hey, no swatting.
They wouldn't be. They would cry foul because the police wouldn't handle all of their.
I sent you a tweet, man.
Twitter or a tweet they received that are full of so-called harassment.
Well, guys, I gotta head out because I'm heading to work soon. It's Monday morning here. It's 8:45 in the morning. I gotta head to work soon, so I'll be nice chatting with you all.
Yeah, nice chatting to you, man.
Yeah. Take it easy, my friend.
Yeah.
But what does this have to do with Common Core?
So, like this Bill C-51 thing, I just want to, like, because no one's been talking about it, but, like, this is something you'd see in the U.S. in, like, 10 years if it continues down the road of, like, trying to encourage, security, like, quote unquote, so much so that it starts to infringe on like an immense amount of civil rights.
We have that.
Yeah, no, obviously you have that, but I'm saying, like, this is something that seems even like more drastic. Like we're like, trying to catch up, I feel like, which is scary. Like some of the stuff here, like they're giving CSIS, which is like our version of the FBI or the CIA. Honestly, don't know the difference. I'm very sorry about that. They're giving them basically
well, you were Kim Harris a lot of Fortnite.
All the powers of, like, all the police forces and stuff, and there's supposed to be a what is it? An information gathering agency. It's supposed to be like they give out the information. Now they're allowed to act on it, and they're allowed to act without a warrant, without going to, like, a court first and stuff like that. if they believe there's something like that's gonna like they're basically getting rid of like warrants in terms of terrorist-related activities. Not even terrorist-related, but if they suspect there's terrorist-related activities, they're like getting rid of like warrants in that situation. I mean, that's scary. That's terrifying because then, like, you could have some, you know, someone in the, I want to say the RCMP, just decide like on a whim to, they don't need a warrant, they don't need anyone else, they can jail you, try you like as a terrorist and stuff like that, and there's obviously going to be like a hearing and everything, but they can still throw you in jail for an extended amount of time without going through any sort of this legal procedure. And on top of all this, there's the whole protesting issue, which also comes with the bill, which is like they basically gave their definition of what you're not allowed to protest is what we deem to be not allowed to be protested against.
That's a fun shit, see. Oh, but you live in a free country. Don't worry. You're totally free.
I know. Like,
don't protest against this thing because we said not to. And if you do, by the way, we'll beat you and take you to jail forever.
Like, for instance, they're going up against like Greenpeace because Greenpeace protests logging and fishing and stuff, and they say, well, this is invaluable to our industry and our economy. So doing this is destabilizing the country. So therefore, it's a terrorist.
Destabilizing. They said destabilizing. Oh, yeah. Did they?
So every form of environmental or native rights or stuff like that, protesting for those issues is being made into like terrorist activity.
I guess they kind of got fed up with the protesters at G20.
Yeah, and that was a big thing, and that's just one of the things I was using as the proof in my video is that at G20 they basically came up with all these laws and stuff that had no like they basically came up with them on the spot for reasons to arrest them and reasons to put them in jail and try them as like terrorists and stuff like on the spot, and now they wanted to make this more of an official thing, of a widespread thing that anyone can do, not just the federal government, but like lots of different agencies. And so it's pretty.
Oh my God!
It's kind of terrifying.
I just realized something. It's becoming Continuum, the TV show.
Yes.
And it's weird because you wouldn't. Yeah, well, you wouldn't think about this in Canada. Like this is a lot of this.
It's becoming like our hero.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of this has to do with
it's a TV show.
The shooting that happened in November, like down at the Parliament, like the Prime Minister like could have been shot and stuff like that, and like people were saying, oh, this is a big deal. I mean, shootings happen from time to time, but they use this one as like the real big scare. Like a lot of people are saying this is like Canada's version of 9/11 or whatever. That's going to cause us to go,
I heard that
really,
and I was
really
like,
into the security thing, and security in air quotes.
Security tards, yeah. Securo tards. Such an old term. People don't use that anymore. Not since H.B. Gary. But the term security.
Security.
Mm-hmm.
In the name of national security, peaceful protests are hereby suspended. CCTV cameras are in constant use. If you have any complaints, you can report them to your local authorities. Yeah, right. So we're criminalizing being ordinary citizens. We're turning the police forces into lawless thugs, and this is not a problem apparently for anybody.
Yeah, that's essentially the two major things it does. Is it gives police way more power. Like for instance, CSIS, which is the CIA, they were made in 1986 because the RCMP had too much power, and they wanted to separate the police force from the information gathering source. Now, not only they're giving this power back to CSIS, they're giving the power of information gathering and policing, but they're also taking away their need to actually get like a warrant to actually go through with any of this like terrorist related activities, or getting like reacting to terrorist or supposed terrorist activity. It's just, I don't know, like it's something that just scares me honestly as a citizen, because you hear about this in the U.S. all the time, and you don't hear about it in Canada.
No, we don't.
No, you certainly don't. That was my rant.
It does sound scary though, buddy.
That was my rant, and this is just because, man, I don't know. This is all I've been thinking about today.
Well, I
So
can
what's been
understand.
talked about on this stream?
Oh, we
Yeah,
talk
what else
about
can we talk about?
bullshitting.
Yeah, bullshitting.
You guys see what's happening on Twitter right now with Anita Sarkeesian and drunken peasants?
No.
Yeah,
What
and
is
how
she doing
people
now?
are very angry about that, even though she was
Okay,
in a
so
public space.
Anita
Um,
Sarkeesian was in a public space playing a board game, and Ben of the Drunken Peasants took a picture of her, but it was like from over his shoulder, so she didn't know that he was taking the picture.
Yeah.
And he put it on Twitter, and he's like, "Hey, we saw Anita Sarkeesian at this place," and
Okay, so what?
people were flipping their shit like she didn't consent to
To having
having
her
a-
picture
Yeah, this is
taken?
this whole thing that, yeah, this is this thing.
What is having your
Yeah.
picture taken rape now?
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much.
Actually, there's a group of
Because
people.
Pterodactyl might get his hands on it. I'm busting it out of it.
Probably.
People arguing that though, Satan, that it is not that it should be made illegal to take pictures of people without their consent, and then of course the same crowd arguing that is it's virtual rape if you take a picture of me without. So yeah, that's going to be a shitstorm, I'm sure.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
it's
can
the
say
same with the
it's bad manners,
cosplay
but
conventions.
you can say
Yeah,
it's bad
they're
manners, but
really
the
nice
drunken peasants
pictures.
aren't known for their,
You can't take pictures of cosplayers now because they're not giving consent to your photographs.
Women need to
Or
be
any
stopped.
shit.
If she really wants that photo done, she can just go to the cops and get it done. She doesn't really need to go on Twitter and bitch about it.
well,
Well,
it's interesting. A lot of people.
That's how she makes money.
Well, a lot of people were pointing out on Twitter that at the same time she was in the location that Ben tweeted she was at, she was tweeting that she was there. So she was taking pictures of whatever she was doing at the moment, while Ben was also taking pictures of her doing whatever she was doing at the moment. And so this so like the information is parallel. It's not like
It's
he
public
revealed
information.
something.
So
Yeah,
I
it
don't
is
understand
so
a damn word you just said.
What is this real life? Like
It's
so-
public
people are so retarded.
information.
What the fuck, man?
I mean, don't
my
citizens
God.
have the right to take pictures of public
I feel like
spaces?
somebody
If it
should
was like
tell
private
people-
property, or if it was like in her house or something, you'd have a point. But again,
Are Kiki and
they're-
John
Think
still
of
alive?
Hollywood celebrities. You know, if you go to Hollywood right now, and if you're at a cafe or something, nobody can actually stop you from taking a picture if a celebrity happens to sit within the frame of your camera, because it's public, and they've
Well, he took a
accepted
picture
that
of
for
her,
years.
so that's not valid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he took it specifically because she was there.
yeah,
Mm.
But he just happened to be there. It wasn't like he was following her.
yeah, he
Yeah.
was there
What
too.
it is- Oh, well, I'm going to let this topic go, and then I'll bring something else. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and the funny thing is that Sarah Butts decided to jump on it, and now TJ, the amazing atheist, is like freaking tearing her apart. It's funny.
We were
Hard to
good.
care about fucking pedophile who's also
The
a
drama.
man. Sarah Butts is not a woman, by the way.
we were talking about this earlier in the stream. It would be funny if
Rachel Kelly is not a woman. Sarah Butts is not a woman, and there's the third one who's also not a woman, but I forget.
Arachnia? No, not Arachnia. Who's the other one?
Kata.
I don't
Oh, yeah,
remember.
Kata.
I know there's,
Kata's
yeah,
not a
and
woman.
Kata. There's like
Although I
there's
don't
at
really
least three.
understand the hate for Kata because she doesn't really seem to bring it on too much. Like she doesn't
Fucking
pay off as a
Kata.
lol cow.
Oh, that's why.
I can actually get more into that. Satan. It has to do with A Team. She's kind of like she kind of caused A Team because she was the one who was ranting on about toxic channers in Gamergate and how
Really?
yeah, and how we shouldn't let them in, and A Team would get butthurt, and I had the misfortune of like trying to be the like mediator, and
'Cause you're
that's why
Definitely.
that's why a good portion of A Team, especially Chip, Brent, and Rasputin, don't like me, and I don't
know
like
what's so weird,
doesn't like
Rasputin.
anybody.
He's a very strange guy. He like freaked out at
Like
me earlier
anyone.
because I like Moltar.
Doesn't like anyone. Rasputin doesn't like anyone. Like you should
He was like,
realize.
"You like Moltar?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then he was like, "You like Dry Bones?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then he was like, "You're a dickhead." I don't know what his fucking problem was.
I don't think he has a problem. I think he's a troll, and that's it.
That's my
And
problem
so-
with. That's
He
my
didn't
problem with people
sound
who.
like he was trolling though.
Maybe he was.
Yeah, so that's my problem with people who troll is that it, especially through text, it's hard to tell when they're trolling and when they're not, and then they get mad when you don't know when you can't tell the difference.
Oh, and apparently Harper has blocked LeBron James.
Yeah, LeBron James.
LeBron James. Yeah, he should.
I like how you didn't know who that
I never
was.
liked him.
Well, she blocks anybody who criticizes her. So if LeBron called her a dumb bimbo, then she would block him.
No,
He
I just
doesn't-
blocked him just
Yeah,
because.
also, Michael
I mean,
J.
her block
White,
blocked
who played
Ka-
Spawn. She also
Why I
blocked
hate
him too.
So much.
I mean,
is
her
that they-
blocked KFC for God's sake. The
I
Colonel
can't-
is blocked.
Yeah, I hate these people because they can't handle like it's not the fact that they're pushing Orwellian bullshit that makes me upset. It's the fact that they can't handle criticism. They're so thin-skinned, and yet they sit there with millions of dollars in their fucking ivory towers and they bitch at me about diversity. It's like you're the white privileged. You are the white privileged motherfucker with all the money and the power who can't take criticisms. I'm just the working class guy. Why are you bitching at me for? Like,
Oh, yeah.
God.
I freaking I couldn't believe when like the photos of where Jonathan McIntosh where he lives. I was like, I'll probably never see something like that for a long time, if at all.
Never see something like that.
If we have a small summary, we now have the Pope, LeBron James, Obama, and Richard Dawkins on the list.
And Michael J. White.
Oh yeah, him as well.
Michael J.
I don't know
White.
who that is.
Yeah. He played Spawn.
Oh,
Probably watched that movie. And he also played Jackson Mortal Kombat's.
She's smoking meth. Obama, LeBron fucking James, Richard Dawkins, Michael White, fucking KFC.
Hey, Randy Harper, why are you blocking two African American men? Huh? That's a little
Is this
racist.
the GG auto blocker or is it the block bot?
The GG auto blocker.
Richard Dawkins isn't on the GG auto.
I don't understand why these people haven't sued her. She's now blocking and through block. It's not the fact that she's blocking these people. It's the fact that the auto blocker has in its charter saying this thing only blocks people who are misogynist, literal rapist harassers, which by extension means that anytime you block somebody with it, you've now slandered them. So she's now slandering million-dollar individuals and corporations. Where's the outrage? Where's the people lining up to sue this woman already? She owes the IRS $40,000. You could end her with one decent lawsuit. I don't understand why that hasn't happened yet. I'm sure it will eventually. I know it will eventually. But it's like this ridiculous comedic drama need not drag on any further. We could end this draconian nonsense tomorrow if people really wanted to. You know, but she's the bottom line. She's going to get sued into oblivion and
I
or
don't think
arrested.
she is, dude. It's just Twitter.
Yeah, no, it's not just Twitter because I explain this. It's not just Twitter. This is the thing. If you make something that singles people out in any digital medium or in real life, and then based on it singling them out, it then says, oh, well, they were singled out because they're a literal rapist, harasser, misogynist, whatever. That's libel, and that's against the law. And besides being against the law, you can also get sued to shit for it in civil court. So what she's doing is libel.
Yeah, she
And
also
that's what
made
it's
a
all along. It's libel and defamation, and she should be sued for it. And eventually she will be, but it's upsetting to me because it's like that any one of these people could sue her and shut her down tomorrow. It's just that for some reason everybody seems okay putting up with it because nobody wants to be the guy who comes out and attacks an SJW woman.
I
Nobody
don't want
wants
to be
to
that
risk their
guy
media blitz that could happen from that. Nobody wants to be that person. But it's like you've got to stand up. Like it's fucking look what Hulk Hogan did. I mean, he sued the shit out of Gawker. Like he
That
didn't
was
take
awesome.
that lying down. So they should sue her.
I'm not embarrassed that I'm not as much of a man as Hulk Hogan.
They should
But
sue
no,
her.
also she,
You're
Randy
like,
Harper.
why can't you guys just be better than Hulk Hogan? Like, just do it. It's not that hard.
Sue her. I don't understand.
Like, what?
If I had the money, I would sue her, but I don't have it, so I can't do it. But if I had the money, I guarantee you I'd be lining up a class action lawsuit. I'd sue her, and I'd line up every other game developer that she's blocked, and I'd call them up on their phone, and I'd be like, look, this is what's happening. I'm suing this woman, and are you interested in a class action lawsuit because she libeled you too? And I'm sure the Fine Young Capitalists and some others would be interested in going in on that. And then you have a class action lawsuit. That's the end of her. That's what needs to happen. Like you've got to fight these people. You've got to fight them legally. You've got to fight them publicly. You've got to fight them with verbal criticisms. You've got to fight them within the bounds of the law. You have got to stand up and fight these people and humiliate and destroy them. Because if they're going to sit there and they're not going to go away, they're consistently not going to go away, and they're consistently going to stick their dick in your face and into your business and try to fuck you over just for being an ordinary person over and over and over again, then it must be understood with the public at some point that normies in normal society are going to have to throw this stuff off. And that means it's using everything available to you. We have to destroy these people. I'm sorry, but if they're not going to go away and mind their own business, then they have to be destroyed. If they're going to continue to try and ruin life for everyone else, they got to go. That's the way human society works. That's the way it's always worked, and I've said this since the beginning. These people got to go. If they don't get the message, if they're really this big of assholes and are really going to be this nasty and this clueless, they got to go. They got to go. And there are methods by which to make sure they go. And one of them in this case is you sue the person for every penny they have until there's nothing left. And then if they can, at that point they can bitch and whine as much as they want, but nobody will listen to them. If they have no money, nobody will fucking listen to them. So, that's where it's going. These people are terrible people, and you should not let people libel and slander you and just not do anything. You should sue them.
But
so
also,
that's
did you
where
see?
but fuck
she
Randy
made-
Harper. Seriously, she's the worst at like.
She made a new block bot for the people who were tweeting "Are you blocked?" during Op Earthquake, and one of her little minions there tweeted, "Hey, some of our SJW friends are using the tag ironically and to make fun of Goober Gators. Can you take them off the list or something?" And she's like, "No." Like one word, no.
Yeah.
That's just the most hilarious thing to me is that, oh, you're complaining about the block bot? Well, I guess you're on the block bot.
Mm-hmm.
You think she's the admin of the internet.
Mm.
That's what she thinks. She thinks this is the kind of rule faggotry that people hate Mood so much for. It's this kind of stuff. Like, oh, you're complaining about moderation? You're banned. Except she's doing it on the scale of the entire internet. Oh, you're complaining about the internet? Well, you're banned because I said so. And I'm Randy Harper, and whatever I say is the law.
Your
Like,
jimmies are so
you have to
muscled.
get rid of these people. You have to get rid of them. And no, for all the crazy fucking retard holics out there who are going to be like, oh, you want me to go in the woods and kill her? No, you don't get rid of these people by committing crimes. You get rid of them by taking their money away. But you have to get rid of these
You
people.
want to rob her, essentially.
That
No,
little
it's not
dancing
different.
Venice guy on
Dude,
B
it's
always
very
gets me.
simple. It's like I
No,
said,
I
if
know,
Rick
I know.
Harper was sued tomorrow in a class action, it would be over because she doesn't have enough money to even. It would be done. It would be over. She'd be forced to go away into obscurity.
She just has like
And
a
potentially
list.
she would also get arrested at the same time because she's already
What
under
are you
investigation.
talking about? All she has is the list of people's names on it.
Well, the fact that people are using this, though, I mean, wasn't there actually
They're
some...
using it to do what?
Wasn't there actually some businesses that
They're
were
not
using
doing
this?
They're
anything
using
illegal
it
with
to
it.
libel people. Because the blocker says in its charter for the umpteenth time, if you're
Yeah, but
on
so
this
what if I went on
blocker,
Twitter and I said that you're a pedophile? You gonna sue me?
yeah, actually, yeah, you can.
Zan, you're a pedophile.
I wouldn't sue you.
Come on, bring it.
No, look, I
Let's
wouldn't
go.
sue you. I'm saying
Does it
that
also have some credibility because now that she's part of, like, what is it?
Zan likes the
OPI
itty
or
bitty
Opium?
kitty titties.
It's just,
here's the point.
Because
You
no,
can
yeah,
sue
I'm
someone
suing
for it.
Satan.
Don't. God
bring
damn
this
it.
to court.
You can
I'm
sue
You're
someone.
not
the
gonna
Lord of
sue me.
Darkness.
She's not suing me.
You can sue someone for it, but you usually would not because that would
I
be.
actually think someone has brought this up. You can only do it if it has shown that, like, some way affected you.
It
And
is affecting people. It's blacklisting people from the industry.
Is
It's
it really
blacklisting
though?
other
you
people who
need
want to
proof
work
of that.
with
You
you.
need, like, concrete proof that it has
There is
affected you and
proof of
affected
that.
your sales and stuff and
There
such.
is proof. There is proof of that. Some of it's publicly available. Some of it is stuff that me and other people are working on. But there's already, like, that's the point that I'm making. Like, if Richard Dawkins sued her tomorrow, she would shut up and go away. It wouldn't even be the fact that he sued her. It would be the fact that she has no money to fight these kinds of things. She would go away in fear. You know, same tactic that SJWs used to intimidate other people, but turned on one of their own. That's what I'm talking about here. Is you use these extreme measures like this are reserved for situations where you have somebody who just won't leave you the fuck alone. And that is what we have here. We have a person who will not leave the internet alone as a whole, but she also won't leave game developers or ordinary people. She just won't leave people alone. It's not enough to go be a gigantic butthurt SJW in her own corner of the world. She has to impose it on everyone else. And it's ridiculous, and I think that she but that's so I'm going to stop now.
I know.
Yeah,
It's
I
just
still think it's really silly that you like want to stop her.
I just want her to go away. Like, I would like it if these people would leave me the fuck alone and leave everyone else alone. I really just, I'm at that point.
You know,
It's
maybe
so-
it's because trolls
Not
like
gonna
milking
leave me alone.
cows. I'm not a
It's
cow
at that
guy.
point where it's at that point where it's getting to be like Total War, where it's like, okay, you won't leave me alone? Okay, fuck you. Now I'm going to go out of my way, even though I really didn't give a shit, to fuck up. Like, this is the whole thing behind, like, why H.B. Gary and other people like them got wrecked over the years. It wasn't the fact that they were doing something stupid. It was the fact that they just didn't know when to quit. Finally, they pissed people off enough to the point that other people came and went out of their way to fuck up their shit and make them go away. And that's where this is heading. And, you know, I don't know. But I'm not going to talk any more about it. I really...
Yeah, I see your point now. I understand.
Yeah.
I see
Yeah,
your
make-
point,
I
Zan.
gotta ask though.
But during your whole rant, I was listening to a Vokaru thread on B, so I'm sorry.
He's gotta go through it again now. You just missed.
I'm done.
Okay, but wasn't there some issues about like actual like industries and stuff using this using the
Yeah,
GDR blocker?
they endorsed it.
Yeah, like
They
if that's the case,
that.
if we can
Why
like,
they never apologized for it, and the head of IGDA Puerto Rico quit over it. Other IGDA chapter people left over it, and some of their industry partners quietly left the IGDA over it because they endorsed something that was not only badly coded and doesn't work very well, but it's just a libel or a slanderous tool that serves no real function but to stoke the ego of one person, yet these people endorsed it because they had financial connections to her. This is this whole incestuous thing, is that it's the same, like, 30 to 100 motherfuckers in every single company, in every single facet of the industry. The same clique of 100 people or so somehow controls this entire industry. Like, and people are waking up to that. It's bullshit. That's why you've got to ruin these people and get rid of them, because that's not how this was supposed to work. It was not supposed to be a fucking oligarchy of gaming. That's what we have now. We have a social justice oligarchy of 100 people or so, the same 100 motherfuckers over and over and over again that run everything. They pick who wins the awards. They pick what games get funded and what don't, what studios get funded and what don't. They decide what's okay for people. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is what I said earlier. This is ridiculous. It's been going on for years. People knew it was going on for years and knew it was rubbish, but nobody did anything about it. And it's like, can we please just start suing people? If that's what it's going to take to cut off the revenue stream of these people and really hurt them in a fundamental way that will force them to go into obscurity, then let's fucking do it. Because this is getting old. My God, it was comedic at first. Now it's just painful. It's like nails on the chalkboard every day. Every day. It's like what Total Biscuit said, more money than God. Like what? But then take their money away. And you can get rich in the process, and so can anybody else who sues them. I mean, has nobody discovered the potential legal cash cow here? Like, you know, and it's not just for the blockbot. There's other things. There's way worse things in the blockbot that have occurred that nobody's been sued for that were total opportunities. You know, but that's another story. So I'm going to shut up now.
I just want to.
That's why you have people like Mike Cernovich buzzing around Gamergate. Is because they recognize these opportunities.
Yeah.
He's not the only one. There are other lawyers, but that are involved. But he's one of them. Anyway, so next topic.
Well, I just want to while we're on this, I want to ask, like, Satan, you were saying that like there's no we got like no case. There wouldn't be a case that we could like sue for this, or I mean, because if there were companies.
Are you trying to say that Randy Harper libeled you by calling you a misogynist?
Well, no.
Yeah.
Not saying that I heard calling a misogynist. I'm saying what I'd be worried about is if a company was to use this blacklist. Like, I thought there were companies that were using this blacklist.
Yeah, but they're not doing it, so what skin is it off your back?
Sorry?
There was one, but then they
so
stopped endorsing it. I think.
Well,
I think
this is
well, that's why Midler reported on it, because yes, there was some like legal shadings, like some legally shady shit.
Before you go any further, what I'll say is this: as far as the blockbot specifically, because there are other things I was talking about. When I talk about wanting to sue people, there are a whole plethora of other things way worse. But I'm not going to get into that. For the blockbot specifically, and that stuff, it's not a question of like morally, like what skin off your back is it, or why you're suing her. You're suing her to try and hurt her. That is why. You don't. If I'm a developer and I'm on that block list, that's different. Now I really have been liable to some extent. And more importantly, or if I'm a developer studio, or if I'm something like the Fine Young Capitalists and I'm on the block list, yeah, I have been liable, because that block list specifically says the people on this block list are people who you shouldn't work with in the industry because they are the ones perpetuating misogyny in gaming and sexism in gaming, all these things. So if you're somebody like the Fine Young Capitalist, that really hurts your brand. If you're a developer trying to break into the industry, that hurts your brand. That is liable. You do have a case there. But in my case, why I would form a class action is just because I want to take her money away. It's that simple. There's no moral, and it would require me to go significantly out of my way, probably for no returns, probably at a net loss financially. But I would do it at this point. I would do it because I'm so fucking sick of nobody fighting fire with fire. Like, I'm sick of it. It's getting to that point where, yeah, you know what? If you're really going to go be this outlandish of a person, be this outlandish with your actions and stuff, then I'm going to be outlandish too. And I'm going to humiliate you in the process. And that's where it's heading. But the way I look at it, though, is the much more reasonable thing that ought to be done is that some of the developers, people like Mark Kern and others, should form a class action and sue her for being put on that block list, along with the Fine Young Capitalists and others. And I think that that's a perfectly doable thing, and I actually have no idea if it's going to happen or not. I think it's not only a doable thing, I think it may even be in the pipeline, but I won't speculate on that. Nonetheless, if it were me in their position, I would do it tomorrow. I would have been, if I was somebody like Mark Kern with the kind of money that he probably has, I would have immediately sued her for libel 6 ways. And I would have called up everybody else who was a developer friend of mine who was also on that block list and said, hey, let's sue her for this. And here's the thing, it's not unfounded. Legally speaking, part of the way that you have a legal case is if you have something that relies on what's called legal precedent. People have been sued for digital automatic blocker tools that hurt the brands of people. But this has happened before. It's happened before. Over exact things, it's even happened over Twitter before, over other auto blocker tools.
Has it really?
It has. And this is all Googleable stuff. What I tell people, Google is your friend. But this kind of thing has happened before. People have been sued over Twitter before for coding malicious Twitter add-ons, and have in fact been sued for, I believe, for libel before, for coding things similar to this. It's just that for some reason, Harbor is exempt from all the rules. Because again, it's here. Nobody wants to be the guy that shows up on the nightly news as so-and-so game developer organizes class action lawsuit against female oppressed woman. Nobody wants to be that, to take that risk of being that person. But this is my point. You need to at some point, because you're not. It's over. It's you either do that or you put up with somebody shitting all over your brand. And like, when are we gonna wake up and realize that there is no winning situation here, and it's time to fight back against this shit? But I'm really gonna shut up now because I really don't want to talk anymore about this. But that's my whole spiel.
Here's the thing. She's trying to provide this block bot to be a safe space for feminists to speak out without getting criticized, so they can block everyone else who disagree with them. That's basically what it is.
What would happen if I made one of these for Nazis?
I thought
safe space for Nazis.
Is it really like a safe space?
We'll discuss our revisionist philosophies with no dissent allowed.
Like, even that seems like a little bit. I don't know. Like, I think that maybe she is trying to use this to try and libel people. That's why I kind of agree that I think that it's not outlandish to think that people could get like legal about this. I really don't think it's that like out of line to get upset that you're on a list that people could call you, say, hey, this person is one of the worst harassers on the internet or whatever, because that's what it was, wasn't it? The worst harassers. Yeah. And I mean that has a lot of connotations to it.
The problem is, who do we harass? Just one person.
Or no one. Lots of people no one. I mean,
we harassed her real good, though.
Yeah, who you harassed on the internet, I don't know. I don't know who it is. They better name names.
Yeah, because like I don't want to go. Like, this is what I'm wondering, is if you apply to like, I don't know, Walmart or something, and Walmart pulls up the GD auto blocker and says like, I don't know, man. You says you're one of the worst harassers on the internet. We looked through your history. You were stupid enough to connect your Facebook.
I don't think Randy Harper has that kind of power over Walmart.
No, she doesn't have that kind of power. But she's like having industries.
But he's got a good point. It's not a question of what. That's you're looking at it the wrong way. This is the thing about the society that we live in now, and the thing about legalese. And the issue with legalese is that companies, it wouldn't necessarily be a Walmart, but it would be software companies or tech companies or other people. They check your history and your very intensely, as Shari Vegas and others from within the industry have pointed out numerous times. They will check these things very intensely. If they find you on some sort of mass block list like that, that can affect your employment. But specifically in the gaming industry, it's even worse because the gaming industry is already controlled by a clique of politically extremist individuals that have all the power and are incredibly corrupt and incredibly incestuous, and of course will try to keep any dissenting opinions out of the industry anyway. So it's already bad enough. So that's why I'm saying specifically for game developers or for somebody going into the tech industry who's ended up on this thing, or even for somebody like LeBron James, and this is a very interesting one, who might be at risk of losing a tech industry-based endorsement in the future because he's on a block list, created by this. That there is a definite civil legal recourse there. The problem is that nobody is utilizing it effectively at this time because people believe that the risks outweigh the potential rewards. And that's simply not true anymore, is my counter-argument, is that we've long passed the point where that's not true, and people should just sue the shit out of her. Because the thing about a class action is it's not one or two people, it's usually 100 people. And it doesn't matter how rich your family or something is. Class action lawsuits are extremely hard to fight if they go to court. 9 times out of 10 people will settle, But if you're Randy Harper and you don't have the money to settle, you're going to have to fight it. And if you're not going to win, you're just going to go broke. So, you know, that she should be made example of is my point here. Because if people took a stand against her, especially if it was developers, if developers took a collective stand against this auto blocker thing and all sued this thing one after another, the example and the precedent it would set would begin the collapse of this entire house of cards at in a much higher rate of speed than it's already collapsing. And so the point being that this drama, which has gone from funny to comical to retarded to just plain nails on the chalkboard, could be brought to an end sooner. But my entire point is, sooner or later, this is going to happen anyway. What I'm describing isn't a possibility, it's an invitability. It's an inevitability. It's just a question of, you know, do we do it now and get it over with, or do we wait until this many more shitstorms happen so it's that much more dramatic and painful and fucking annoying and in our face when the time does come. And, you know, that's my whole point, is that if it was done sooner, it would be less painful, as is often with these things. But you know how people are. Things don't get resolved until they get really, really, really fucked up. And we're not quite there yet, but that's where we're headed.
Well, if we want to move on to a different subject, I put something interesting in the chat there.
All right.
I'm trying to figure out how to search in an 8chan board. Wasn't there a way to do it? You could like go to the catalog or something. Wait, is this it? Oh, I found it. There we go.
So, is this,
I'm sorry.
What are you laughing about?
Oh no, it's the new subject. Just look at what I put in the chat. It's a new subject to talk about. It's
You'll love
funny.
it. You'll love
busy
it.
looking for Gamergate HQ in this big fucking list. Why can't I type? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can.
I'll just link HQ to you. I'll just link HQ to you, but you should really
really post that. God damn
it. I actually I will.
You posted the fucking normies thing.
Ah, no, you ruined it for Sig.
Is this the Allahu Akbar? That's stupid.
Have you seen the Nasheed videos where it's like Allah Akbar and then like somebody drops a bucket of KFC or something? And
Yeah, I fucking love those.
Things are great.
I can't find the window that I just had open. Shit.
Internet history, bro.
I can't remember what I was doing.
But no, you know, I was worried that would play over the microphone, and so I was like, I'm gonna test that right in the middle of Zan's rant here. I'm gonna just test it and see what happens.
There we go. I was searching 8chan.
Yeah, I'm browsing 8chan a lot more these days. That little dancing Venice guy at B, he always gets me. He always makes me smile.
So, new topic? Anyone?
I think
I got nothing. I'm searching Gamergate HQ for
Yeah, man. What is?
see if they're talking shit about me.
Yeah.
They always do. They always do.
That kind
I'm
of
interested in a good nasheed. I put one of them in the.
Nasheed, Yashala.
I'm too
Oh yeah,
high to
ISIS
read
Kerbal
any of this
Space
stuff.
Program. This is great.
Oh, this is interesting. So on Gamergate HQ, there's this morale boost thread. Apparently, someone went to Gawker and they found one ad from Red Bull. So we might have a new mailing list for people who want that.
God damn it.
Wings.
They do say Allah Akbar though a lot. Like if you've ever watched the videos, not even ISIS videos, but videos from Syria or from Yemen or something, from frontline conflicts.
Isn't it used like oh my god or something?
Yeah, it's oh my god or
God.
goddamn and stuff like
No,
that.
it's God, it's great, but they say it
Yeah,
over
but I mean,
and
he used the same
over and
way.
over again. over and over and over again. It's fucking, like, I get that you guys have absolutely nothing else in the world, but holy shit, find something new to fucking say when Ahmed gets blown up. Jesus Christ. If I was in America and people were getting blown the fuck up, I might say Allah Akbar once or twice a day, but I'm not going to say it every time a fucking bomb hits. It's not going to help me get into heaven, and it's not going to make me any less fucking dead if I get hit by a bomb. Stupid motherfuckers, but whatever.
You know, I was looking at the presidential candidates, and I was kind of confused when I heard Ron Paul, because I thought it was Dr. like Ron Paul. You know, the It's Happening guy.
It's
Rand Paul. Yeah,
Rand Paul.
That's
People were pronouncing it
Paul.
wrong. If you were pronouncing it Ron Paul.
Oh,
and
it's his dad, you know.
Rand Paul.
Ron Paul is Rand Paul's dad.
He's dead?
No, his dad.
Yeah.
Good night, sweet prince.
He never saw it happen. He always said it's happening. He never. It's okay. We have the memes to carry on his legacy.
You talk about crack and why it's good for you.
Allah Akbar.
Yeah, I'll probably link that too many times for you, JT. But I link it every time it's brought up. Every time Allah Akbar is brought up, I have to link that video. I mean, I can't.
Has anybody seen the edit on the Star Wars trailer called Star Wars: The Nigger Unleashed? Which is like the really fucking racist as hell one with all the fucking horns and shit. Let me go get it because this shit got more views than the original trailer. That shit
Get a lot more hits on this one. My brother be trying to get paid here, okay?
Okay.
Forget what this was called. Oh, here we go. I found it. This thing is so stupid.
Okay.
Man.
Oh, this isn't it. Where is it? It was like a web. It was like a WebM. This isn't it.
Yeah, speaking of which, you told me about that rap song that the Channers were making.
Have you guys seen like the 4chan board sing, like bsing's Rules of Nature, and stuff like that? Those are awesome.
I don't think it's on. I don't think it's on YouTube anymore. It was on. It was a WebM. It was
WebMD.
Where he goes like the Fantomalo or whatever.
There's a
I
fun
can't
little
watch
Easter egg
WebMs
with,
for some reason.
There's a fun little Easter egg with WebMD if you try to find it. Because they have this
This is it. Yeah, this is it. I found it. Oh, thank God I found it. This is the funniest fucking thing I've seen in so many years. 200,000 views.
Oh, great. Milo's going to E3.
Yeah.
That's all it is, bro.
Good luck to him.
You should watch this video. It's fucking
Alright,
funny.
go ahead.
Oh, and there's a Star Wars ad playing.
Yeah, if you go to WebMD, because they have this thing that's like auto, check to see if you're dying app or whatever, and you can put in your symptoms, and if you happen to put in the fact that your palms are sweaty, that your knees are weak,
Arms are heavy. Vomit on his sweater already. Mom, spaghetti. He's nervous,
Exactly.
but he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. But the whole crowd goes so loud, but the words just won't come out. What?
Zan, you're a big rap fan, aren't you?
Yeah. But I'm watching this right now. Oh my God. Holy shit. Forgot how funny this was. Oh my God. Holy shit. God damn it.
Swag Wars.
Swag War.
I wonder if this would be possibly narrated by Morgan Freeman.
Froze.
long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, there once was a boy named Luke Skywalker.
We're gonna get a copyright claim for this shit, man.
What? Morgan
They're
Freeman?
gonna take this down. Well, you can mute the audio for that segment, I think.
Oh, I thought it was because of Zan's rapping. That would probably get taken out. It's too similar to Eminem.
Let's lose yourself. No, my rap won't get taken out because that was a freestyle.
Lose yourself as the
okay.
lose.
No, it's the background noise. That's
The lewd.
Yeah, like wasn't there, Angelo? Wasn't there an issue where you had someone playing a GIF?
That hasn't even gotten DMCA'd from YouTube itself. I was like, how do you get a DMCA from here? Fucking the Kermit. I still can't believe the Kermit thing got DMCA'd.
Yeah.
That was scary. Stupid. I was like, are you serious? Are you serious right now? I couldn't believe that. I was like,
Because
wow.
Kermit did that whole animated thing, and it just kind of...
With the gay sex, yeah, that was great. I enjoyed that. I was masturbating the whole time, you know.
Are you talking about Blackface Kermit? That one thing
Yeah,
he
the
did?
Jewish rap god, Blackface Kermit. No, we're talking about the other Kermit.
There's another Kermit. Okay, because like
there's
a few hours ago,
Kermit the Frog.
The Kermits.
The British one, I think.
Yeah, just a few hours ago, I rewatched the Jim and Milo story that Whiskey Grenade, Mercedes, and Blackface Kermit did all those months back. That was some funny shit.
Yeah, at any rate, I'm actually gonna head off, so I'll see y'all later.
Bye.
Take care.
Good night. Santo Malo! Es Santo Malo! Fucking... I cannot imagine how long it would have taken to cut this thing together.
I follow some of the
Spanish WebMs and stuff too, and I was like, really? It's impressive.
Yeah, I follow some of the MLG montage parody guys, and some of their stuff, they're like, I forgot what the sun looks like. That's how like long it takes to edit some of these videos.
Oh god, that's terrible. I know. It's so many committed shitposters. Like, you gotta have a real commitment to shitposting to shitpost at that level.
Oh yeah, the MLG montage parody guys, those are the real king of memes. Those guys right there. Big shout out to you guys.
Golf clap.
It's funny. I'm like reading this about the Final Fantasy character thing on
Whoa.
All of this stuff is funny.
Yeah, it's, the Square Enix just censored the protagonist Morbius Final Fantasy in response to people complaining that he's too gay. What? Yeah, the Final Fantasy character Morbius. He's too gay. Oh my god, change him now. Change him back. He's too gay. Like, oh god, these people really... I was like looking at the outfit, I was like, yeah, I kind of agree, but it's like the guys too... They're just trying to say he's over-sexualized. It's like, wow, I didn't realize women would get that he would be that gay. Some gamergazi faggots seem to think we don't, besides pushing the hashtag, what do y'all think we should do? I don't care.
I don't care.
We want gay people, but they can't be too gay. Jesus Christ.
Jesus
I know.
Christ.
It's always
Fucking
been in Final
faggots.
Fantasy, so it's not like we can care less about the character being way gayer than the last time the other character was in the other Final Fantasies.
That's hilarious, isn't it?
It's like,
Seriously, can you like post the character you're talking about? Because I don't like. I mean, all the male characters in Final Fantasy are ripped and wear leather and stuff and have long hair. I mean, you can't get much gayer.
yeah, that's true.
Oh,
I mean,
you
literally in
could.
Final Fantasy VII, they go into a gay club. I mean, Cloud goes into a gay club, and that is the funniest things ever in video games.
Yeah. Because Square Enix has... You might remember Nier, right? That one game. That was censored. They tried to make him... They had to switch him to like a muscular male man. Instead they...
Mailman.
Yes, a muscular male. Like a macho
Mailman.
male. Sorry,
It
mailman.
latches on to Mailman.
Mailman!
A bad experience with Mailman.
You had a bad experience with a mailman? With a mailman, yeah.
Had a bad experience with the Mailman.
What happened?
His dad wasn't really around that much, and the milkman actually got cucked by the mailman.
Alright.
Ooh.
Alright, I'll show you guys an example of the Final Fantasy character, even though it's not in good condition. You'll probably agree this is too... so ridiculous.
Just posted already.
They got some... Yeah, I'll probably show it off here on HN. Let's see.
9/11.
9/11 happened.
Yeah, that's what probably... Yeah, that outfit...
That's what caused 9/11.
Yes, this outfit caused 9/11. That's what happened. This outfit is so...
Wait. Did you put it on screen share so we can all see?
Yeah.
You're not sharing with the... Oh, hold on a minute.
Is this the one that's too gay?
Yeah.
Needs to present to everybody. Otherwise it won't show up. Hey, Andredoll, select that you present to everybody.
It's ridiculously funny.
There you go.
It's like looking at the outfit. It's like who would make this outfit?
Wow, that's really... Wow. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, they were complaining about. Yeah, I kind of agree with the people. It's too gay. They made it way too gay.
They did it because
it caused 9/11, as you can see right here, closely. The close-up of the outfit was caused by 9/11.
Wait, did the outfit cause 9/11, or was the outfit caused by 9/11?
I think it was a little
by
bit of both.
9/11.
we verified
Both. You can verify
Why
with
did they take out
HN.
like the most important parts of the clothes and leave the least important ones?
Well, let's see.
this outfit is what caused Moot to get cucked.
Those are like inverted clothes, backwards clothes.
But no, seriously, it's like I said, a lot of Final Fantasy characters are like that. All fucking like with their shirts off
I
and
don't
wearing
think I've seen
leather.
one quite that bad before.
Okay, no, I'll admit that is the worst case scenario. But even so, it's not like
Don't they
it's-
usually have like 300 belts?
yeah.
Yeah.
They have 300
Like
belts.
this guy
or
How
they
right
many
here,
just
for
belts does
example.
this guy have? He's got like a sheet and nothing on his midsection. He's still got 3 belts.
he's wearing a coffin.
Yeah, he has. You can see right here. He's protected right down
Does he
there.
have like a little belt down the bottom? Yeah, I see one right there, right above his left knee.
Yeah. He's,
Where- is he got
you
any
can
other
see
belts?
he's wearing a cup right there. And-
Leather underwear? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Probably, but it looks protected though. It's like
Yeah,
a
it looks
cup.
like leather underpants.
When you're fighting divine beings, you have to make sure your junk's protected. That's the
Yeah.
most important thing.
It probably
You can see
gets,
right
like,
here, there's a
+1
feather
fire
right there.
resistance. How did they even get that feather there?
Yeah, let's do more of these. Let's do what the fuck?
I know. It's like this is what they were trying to do. They were trying to change the outfits and.
Now, are you trying to tell me that this isn't an over-sexualized male?
This is not.
That's pretty much what it is.
Nah, this isn't over-sexualized.
Like,
Say
this never happens.
It's like, what the heck were they thinking here? Like, okay, we're gonna make it more gay or more masculine than ever.
Just do an entire segment on ridiculously goofy-looking character outfits. Like, no, I'm serious. Like, we'll do that from now on. That's a really good gimmick, actually. Let's fucking do that. More!
Yeah, because looking at is like, there's also, let's see what Square Enix also did. This is from what game? I can't remember. This is from Default. Bravely Default. Yeah, Bravely Default. Default, thank you.
Or default.
Or default.
It's like tomato. Default.
Yeah.
Default.
Default or default.
There you go.
Font default.
Never mind. I'm sorry.
Grammar with Satan.
Censorship.
Censorship. He's triggering me.
Yeah, you might remember this one.
Triggered. Very triggered.
Yeah, Superman.
Oh.
Yeah, Superman and
you guys want to see something funny?
All right.
There you go. Watch
I'll
that.
let you do it. I'll let you take over, man.
Who's taking over? Dark Wraith? Or
I guess so.
Yeah, let
Watch
him.
what I
Let
put
him.
in the chat.
Hey, Underdog, put Dark Wraith on present to all.
All right. I guess I'll present with you guys.
There. Now do screen share, and then it'll work.
All right.
It's in the top left.
Yeah, hold on, I got it. I think.
Green button.
All right, here we go. Yep. Okay.
You don't dox yourself.
Booling.
Nah, I think I'll be fine. Here, let me open up the.
Like, open up the tax software you've got in the background.
Oh, the feminazi thing.
Hmm?
Oh,
the
wait, are you gonna
feminazi.
get hit? We shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do this shit.
Yeah.
Because, if you have too much of somebody else's video in your video, they'll kick your video off.
Yeah, but just watch that I put in the chat right there. It's funny as hell.
Oh. Yeah, the feminazi one, the cartoon.
Yeah.
There should be a new Internet Aristocrat video up by tomorrow.
Wonder what his documentary will be.
It is, this week it's going to be My Little Pony, My Little Marxist.
Oh, cool.
My Little Pony, friendship is capitalism.
Friendship is blasphemy, My Little Marxist. I can't wait. Shit is gonna be great. Oh, the guy is... Oh, I need more obsidian again for this, damn it.
So what have you guys been doing lately?
Hey, Zan, you're a Beam moderator, right?
Yo,
Yeah.
shut up. Why would you do that? You can neither confirm nor deny these allegations.
Let's go with I don't know. But what were you gonna ask though?
Oh, you said it multiple times, but nah. There's just it looks like a bot or something. I don't know if it was going on. At least a few hours ago it was, and it just went into every thread, said OP's docs, and then it linked something.
Oh,
and it just threw
that.
that in every thread.
Yeah, somebody already did something with that. Don't worry about it.
Oh, and apparently there's this thing going around called Get Ball, and people keep getting gets on HQ. What's that about?
Get Bong. Well, that's
Get
probably
Bong.
SP.
Yeah, there's SP. What else? I had to look it up again.
Probably SP that's doing that. was I supposed to do here? We're supposed to be doing something. Oh yeah, you like that image? The different levels of red pill.
I don't know, I just get funnier the longer I look at it.
What the heck is this? CCTV. What the hell?
You gotta mute yourself when you're doing this.
China somewhere? Whoa, what the fuck, China? What the fuck, China? Wow, what the fuck is that? Damn, holy shit. That's not funny at all. Damn it, B. You go on B and you never know what's gonna happen, see?
Yeah, I found my first gore thread on B not too long ago. That was fun.
Forced?
Well, I've seen some gore images, but not really like a really good gore thread.
So it's your very forced one then, huh?
Mm-hmm. Pretty interesting. They had one where they had this pig, and they had ropes tied around all its limbs, and then this guy chopped it down the middle while people pulled.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, it's another one.
And then there was one where they decapitated a pig, and the body just keeps flinging, like, way after it's been decapitated. Didn't know a pig could do that. I knew chickens could do that. I didn't know a pig could, though.
Yeah, shit can happen. But no, it was a freaking, it's a thread, it's a WebM thread, and it's like titled, the title of the WebM is fucking Chinks, and it's this woman beating this little girl with a stick in China. Like, repeatedly.
I can hear it in the background.
What is this shit? Wow. Wow, they really do beat the shit out of their kids. Holy crap. That's terrible.
The glass ceiling. Oh yeah, it seems like everyone's retweeting it.
Dude, that's terrible. Oh yeah, here's another one. This one was like in America, but it was like legitimate child abuse, and this got put on fucking World Star Hip Hop. Like if you guys don't know by now about World Star, yeah.
I saw what World Star is.
You seem like whenever there's a fight in the street now, people start screaming World Star, World Star, whenever they're fucking filming it. It's fucked up, but yeah.
Satan, if you don't know what this is, you should watch it. It's basically niggers fighting. I hate to put it that way, but it is.
I'm cool. Wow, there's some funny shit on B right now.
I can't watch WebMs. My internets won't let me for some reason.
You need to fix that. That's not your internet, that's your browser.
Yeah, my browser, I mean.
Yeah,
I need to switch to Chrome.
Your power fix. You're stuck. Well, are you using Firefox? Because Firefox has kind of gone to shit lately.
No, like I said in the last stream, and everyone, like, rightfully so, tore into me, I'm using Internet Explorer.
Yeah, fuck you. Go away. You need to switch to Chromium or Chrome.
Yeah.
Fucking glitchy.
Oh yeah, guys, I forgot to mention. So I'm gonna be a bit busy for the next few days, but I will be working on some stuff. Like I'm gonna be working on a TLDR on the boycott stream me and Satan have for all the Twitter people who are asking about it. Yeah. So
Awesome.
I'm gonna be working on that along with catching up on a shitload of other work outside of all this that I have to catch up on. So you probably won't see me around on Twitter that much for a few days.
Okay.
But I will be doing work and stuff.
What?
Holy shit.
What?
The one where in a web app he's got the potato chip, and he's like, I'll take this potato chip, and then he crunches it into the camera. There's some weird ass shit on B right now.
There's always. Dude, you know how much fun it is when you're drunk or high? Oh my god. It,
I don't like it because for a long time, like hours, you won't see any nasty shit, and then you'll find some real ugly gore shit.
yeah, somebody always has to ruin the fun by putting up some crazy crap. But that's totally within their rights, I suppose.
What's
So
the
somebody was reporting gore earlier and was trying to get gore threads banned. There was a bunch of them, and all those reports got dismissed.
rightfully
So-
so. I mean, gore's
fuck
gross,
whoever
but
that was. You'd be surprised as for bans for stupid things.
Mm.
Not 4chan. If you want 4chan, go back to 4chan. We don't ban for things on 8chan. Ban only very rarely.
Let's see. Fantasy Star Online in general. Too bad Sega ain't releasing that game.
It sucks anyway, don't worry about it.
Yeah, so I heard.
Respect the robot. You hear that shit? Some Japanese mayor decided to spend all the park beautification money on a giant robot. And he made a giant robot statue, put it in the middle of the park. And then when people said that that was bullshit and he should have used the money on the park, he said, respect the robot.
It looks like.
And that
Oh,
was
wait a
his
minute. It looks like a
official
freaking
response.
Zaku.
Yeah, it looks like it's one of those sunrise robots.
Yeah.
Gundam.
Yeah, looks like it. It just looks like a Zaku. You can tell by the body, but except for the head, because the head's kind of trying to be like Gundam.
Gundam, it's a Gundam! Would everybody shut the fuck up? You ever seen Ava Abridged? Where it's like, it's an Angelru, it's an Angelru, it's a Gundam! Shut up! Gundam! Fuck, I don't want to take defensive driving, I just want to play video games.
that's the benefit of living in the city. You don't have to know how to drive a car. Most New Yorkers don't own a car, or like
Yeah,
get their
they just
license.
get stopped and put in handcuffs by the cops randomly for no reason instead. But that's totally a better alternative than me sitting on a computer doing a bullshit.
Well, if you
know,
if you sit on the computer, you don't have to go outside. You don't go outside, you won't have to deal with the cops.
Oh, don't try to flip this on me, nigger. I'll try to front now. You know what you said. Ain't pop nothing. I need to find a new area of lava because this one is complete. Where is there more lava? Lava in there. And there is.
At least they're talking about it, man.
Not anymore, really.
At least V talks about some stuff, man.
That's funny. Hillary Clinton talked about banning video games in 2006. So V, who are you gonna vote for? Gee, I wonder who. That doesn't sound loaded at all. Although, rightfully so, we shouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton.
That's fine.
Vote for Hillary.
Yeah. There's a better way to go. WebMD, other WebMD thread. WebMD is dead.
It's dead.
Yeah, it's just the NVIDIA thing, the V board. See what we got. Russian quiz.
I know what you're watching. You're watching that one thing with the Russian chick.
I fucking love her.
What's it?
Most beautiful woman on the planet.
That's what everyone says.
Second most beautiful woman on the planet. Remember that girl, the bodybuilder girl that does the clean and jerk?
Oh boy, she really.
She's like a weightlifting fairy. Oh, there's the gore thread. I didn't want to see that.
What are you trying to play? I wish I could import that game.
Now, Billy Mays here for 8chan.
Because they have a Yamamoto game, and I'm like, oh man.
Billy Mays here for 8chan. Tired of getting cucked? Tired of getting done for free? No more Hot Pockets? Sounds like you need 8chan, a board owned by a cripple. Somebody did a WebM like that, and I don't know where it is, but
tired of being
done for free.
Yeah. No, actually, tired of 4chan. Tired of 4chan blocking your.
Zan and Satan, I have something that could help you on your video.fm thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So if you go to my Twitter account, I have a list called Finances, and I think that I put something that you might be interested in. I just made that list to remind myself later.
Oh, okay. Go look you later. I'm not gonna mess with it now. Yeah, I don't even know what to talk about anymore. I'm totally like out of it. Not tired at all because I've been sleeping during the day. So nighttime is my normal active time now, like a vampire or some shit. But yeah, I don't know what to talk about.
I mean, we've talked about shitting gold and all sorts
Well, we
of.
could just make the stream open, like put it on B or something, see what happens.
Go for it if you want.
And it all, you cool with that? This is your stream after all.
I don't know if there's anything we can talk about really. We'll be going for 4 hours now. We can always do it in another day, because it seems we're out of topics, even though it's a bullshit stream.
Yeah, I think now's a good time to go off the air, and we'll continue bullshitting with each other. Thanks for coming out, everybody, as usual.
Yeah, we're gonna try to do these more often because the Gamergate streams often seem to be very serious.
Like herding cats?
Huh?
Yeah.
Like herding cats? Now you know how I felt.
So yeah, I've said these are pretty much anyone who wants to come on can come on. So yeah.
Alright. Thank you, everyone. I'm at Rosio9000. I'm biggest Twitter shill ever.
Yeah.
Tournament Gamer as usual.
Yeah, Tournament Gamer, and JT is at Hero for
For
Nuts.
Nuts. Yeah.
I'm at the_last_ride1. Subscribe to me if you like these streams, and yeah, that's about it. Thanks for coming, everyone. Bye.